Welcome to New York, everyone. And welcome everyone to our March 2026 board meeting. Thank you to everyone attending. We have one virtual participant this week. Sammy will send his apologies for not being here in person. As you can understand, travel from his home is a little bit challenging right now. Sammy, if he's not on the call yet, he will be joining us shortly and throughout the week. I'm also wanted to welcome our public observers, so Dave Sullivan for the PIOB and Professor Sakuma from Japan. Thank you very much for being with us, and we look forward to your contributions throughout the week. And for all of those watching us live on YouTube, welcome to you and thank you for observing us. I have a couple welcomes too. Edo, thank you for taking on this role as vice chair. We're excited to have you. Hi, Sammy. Good to see you. Edo will be with us as the vice chair this whole year. So thank you, Edo, for that. And we have one new board member to welcome, James Farris. Many of you know James for his role of chairing the IFIR SCWG and as a SAC member for recent years. But James is currently Director of Audit Policy at the UK Financial Reporting Council. So James, great to have you with us as well. And one thing before we turn to the business at hand, I did want to congratulate Isabel on her promotion to principal. So congratulations, Isabel. So everyone has received the agenda for our March meeting. Notice the meeting was provided to the public. As always, all of our agenda papers are available on our website. We have some approvals that we're moving towards on Thursday. So think about these topics this week as we talk about them in terms of getting them ready for approval. So what we're approving or what we're intending to approve, remember, we don't approve anything until we're determined that it's ready for public consumption. ISRE 2410 exposure draft on the technology front. We've gotten a lot of interest on how are you thinking through the process of determining what should be a non-authoritative material and what should be a standard setting output, and how does that specifically relate to the issue of technology? So what we're going to approve for transparency's sake and as guidance to us, an approach to addressing technology-related matters and the technology quality management, non-authoritative material action plan. So that's coming out hopefully this week. And then our project proposal for the 500 series, ISO 500 series. With all this in mind, remember, I know many of you thankfully have provided offline comments to the team, but on substantive issues, remember, get it on the public record. We need to have a discussion of any substantive matter. And if you had any doubt of whether something's a substantive matter or an editorial or drafting matter, err on the side of making it public and having a discussion about it at this meeting. So today we have two topics on the agenda today, ISRE 2410 and the technology approach to addressing technology-related matters and quality management action plan. If you think about 2410, and I wrote to the board about this, this is really about getting us to ED, but I think the question of balance is the key question. It's like, are we getting the right requirements for what we're trying to accomplish and serving the public interest without creating a perception that this is an audit? And I think this is something we've been balancing the whole time pretty well, but the rubber meets the road when we approve the ED. And so I'm sure we'll have a bunch of conversations today on a number of topics where we have to assure that this is a balance, let both on the individual topic and collectively. So I feel like we're in really good place on this to have those discussions today and move towards approval of the exposure draft at the end of the week. On the technology approach for non-authoritative material, I'll give you a little bit background of why we did it. The papers take into account our discussions in December, so we'll have a really good discussion on that. On 500 series, tomorrow you'll be presented with the draft project proposal, particularly with a focus on changes that we've made since the December meeting. On Thursday, we'll discuss selective topics on audit evidence related to ISA 501 and external confirmations in ISA 505. We'll get an update as well on sustainability and other assurance matters. The big thing here is not just to begin getting an update on what we're doing on sustainability assurance. We continue to support the standard in line with our plans, but what next, if anything, we should be doing on the assurance front on other matters. We'll turn to LCE this week. You'll get proposed drafting for revisions of the ISA for LCE. You will, together with the drafting that was presented in December, the board will now have seen the full scope of revisions for purposes for this first maintenance project. We'll turn to audit evidence and risk response. This will take a lot of our time. What's significant is we're now sort of seeing it all come together. We've been doing a lot of discussions over recent board meetings, but now where you get to drafting, the actual drafting of the standards, you see actually how it all fits together. My sense is the team has done a really nice job of getting everything in place, and it allows us to see it. We're where we should be at this point in the project, but we're going to have, like, between now and exposure draft, there's always significant refinement that happens, and we shouldn't be worried about that. Not only we shouldn't be worried about, we'll have a robust discussion here. There'll be a lot of work that happens between now and June, including outreach to key stakeholders to see how we can refine the standard further. But I'm excited for our discussion on audit evidence and risk response. And then just some other matters. As you know, we have the public interest issue for the PIOB posted. Please keep them always in the back of your mind as we go, as we think through all of the standards we're discussing this week. Okay, that's the substantive matters from a technical standpoint this week. Just a few updates for the public's consumption, what we've done since our last meeting in January. We published the narrow scope amendments to our standards arising from IAASB's using the work of external expert project. In January, we also published our approach statement on the maintenance of ISA for LCE. Our strategy and work plan, we launched our joint global stakeholder with IAASB for our strategies and work plans from 2028 to 2031. The survey is open to May 15th. I'll reiterate what we said at that meeting to everyone in the room. Please encourage people to input into this process. In February, we also published a summary of our feedback from our technology quality management roundtables. I think this is an idea, is to provide transparency about our thought processes and what were the evidence we're accumulating to get to the point that we are today and this week. And then we also launched a public consultation survey and related to the post-implementation review of ISA 540. So that survey is open until June 15th. So also please reach out. Lots of outreach has occurred since our last meeting. All of that is public on agenda item 1. I don't need to go into detail, but again, engagement with a broad range of stakeholders is key, both from a strategic perspective to this board, but more importantly, to making our standards better and practical to implement. And for those who are already following us on YouTube or anyone who's going to listen to the recordings, continue to follow us on LinkedIn. That's probably the best resource of news for this organization. We also post on X and on YouTube. So a lot of engagement happening on that front as well. So there's nothing that says time to kick off the substance of the meeting more than approving the minutes of the last meeting. And I love minutes. And so I asked this board to approve the December 2025 IAASB meeting and joint IAASB meeting minutes that have been posted on our website. Could we get a vote on that? Right, by show of hands, who approves the minutes? Okay, I see no one objecting. So those minutes are approved, and now we're really ready for action, right? Okay. Sharon, welcome to the board table, and great to see you in person. And I see Anna, Dan, and Sharon presenting a united front at the table, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Tom, and hello. I am very glad to be here and to get to be joined by Sharon and Dan around the table. Sharon has been instrumental in getting us to this step and has come over from New Zealand for the milestone we hope that we will reach at the end of the week. Before we do reach then, and before we jump into the sort of meat of the session, we wanted to spend a little bit of time highlighting the journey we've gone through. But before I even do that, I did want to highlight that the effort that we've gone through in this journey hasn't been the effort of this team alone. First of all, Joanna from the Australian Standard Setting Board has worked with us very closely to get us to this point, and also Wendy, who I'm glad to be sitting next to, and Robert, as our project board members, have provided advice throughout the project. Ado may roll his eyes at me for this, but Ado and Jamie this quarter in particular have been invaluable in providing assistance in relation to matters to do with going concern. And Jamie put a gigantic amount of effort into the CUSP review, so we are very appreciative for this. And we've also involved external project stakeholders throughout. We also received comments from the SMPAG that we've also reflected on. So we've had a lot of input from sources throughout this journey. So really, we started back in really the end of 2024, information gathering, studying that led the road to approving the project proposal in June 2025. By December, you all saw a first full draft of the proposed standard. And since then, we've incorporated all of the feedback that we received then, the CUSP review that was performed with a number of comments for clarity, and sort of getting here now to this stage. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all aligned on the journey that we were on. So really, we're going to go through the walkthrough of the proposed standard, which is really what the bulk of this session is. We're following the order that was outlined in the appendix to the issues paper. And really, we are going to be stopping at various points, asking for your views on the material as we go. And so there'll be a back and forth. We are very appreciative of all of the comments that we received in advance. We've spent some time as a team reflecting on them. For some of them, we have possible ways of addressing some of the more substantial comments, and we look forward to sort of hearing your views now. So unless Dan or Sharon, you wanted to add anything else before we continued, I wanted to then just jump into the substance of it. I've put a little tracker up top so we'll know how far we've got to go. So we appreciate the length, but we are going to stop in manageable chunks. So to start with, I wanted to turn back to Tom on comments on requirements between paragraphs 1 and 14 and the application material, A1 little a to A7 little a. And do not be alarmed, these will be renumbered ahead of time.
Okay. So 1 through 11 and 13 through 14 in related application material. Chriselle.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, the team, for the work proposed today. I have a comment on A1B. I suggest that the reference to the ISAs in A1B be removed, as ISRA 2410 is intended to operate as a standalone standard. Cross-references to ISAs in the application material may not add significant practical benefit and could be removed to enhance clarity. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So my comment is on paragraph 8 of the requirement, and it's the last sentence. So it's really talking about this interim review engagement. So the last sentence talks about making an inquiry primarily of persons responsible and so on and so forth, and perform analytical and other procedures. So in this particular instance, the emphasis seems to be a little bit overplayed on other procedures. Because in practice, I think the work effort is going to be focused primarily on inquiry and analytical procedures. So one of the suggestions we made to the team was that in that last sentence, maybe break it up into two parts. First part talking about, performing procedures. You can then put in the collectively referred to as review procedures in this IFRS to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. And then in a second sentence to say this includes primarily inquiry of persons responsible for financial and accounting matters and analytical review. So the way the sentence is structured right now seems to want to accommodate other procedures. By saying that it's including, then it's not missing that part about other procedures. Now, if you like the way of setting up all of that in one sentence, personally, my preference is liking shorter sentences. It's easier for me to digest. But if you want it in a whole sentence, instead of breaking up into two, after as the basis for limited assurance conclusion, you can put comma, including primarily, and so on and so forth. So you could perhaps look at a couple of ways to address that. Thank you.
Without commenting on the specific suggestion, shorter sentences are always better than longer sentences in this chair's mind. Hernan.
Thank you, Tom. My comment is on paragraph A1B also, like Michelle. The guidance in the paragraph allows the auditor to refer to the ISAs for guidance, but from my own outreach, this paragraph is stated could require more guidance for auditors when applying. It's not clear whether the auditor is expected to refer to ISAs in relation to other aspects of the engagement, and if so, in what circumstances. I think that we need more clarification about the circumstances of the paragraph. Thank you.
Neil.
Thank you, Tom, and well done to the team for turning this next draft for us to consider. My comments on paragraph number 11. I'm not sure that I like the wording in December, but now that you've made some edits to paragraph 11, I think the sentence itself can be removed. So the wording is, it does not provide all of the evidence that would be required in an audit. I think that piece could be read in a way to say, you've identified issues, but you're now not going to get the evidence. You've now added, accordingly, the level of assurance obtained in an interim review engagement is substantially lower than in an audit. I think that's enough to be able to address the next sentence. So my preference would be that the sentence, while an interim review engagement may bring significant matters affecting the interim financial information to the auditor's attention, it does not provide all of the evidence that would be required in an audit. My preference would be that that sentence is deleted, as it's addressed by the sentence before and the one after, and I think it creates some confusion.
Semi.
Hello, everyone. Well, just with regard to paragraphs 10 and 11, I was wondering if this fits more as an application material that explains the difference between an audit and a review of financial statements rather than a standard related paragraphs. Thank you.
On that point, I guess some of the logic of the language here is that the PIOB and others have expressed a desire to make sure that there is clarity, particularly between something that is a reasonable assurance engagement and limited engagement, and this sort of provides clarity. And I think that probably is one of the reasons that we spend so much time on these. Anna, you're nodding. Yeah. Okay. Just back to my mind when this, I said earlier, keep it back of our mind, the PIOB public interest issues. This one was one of those, so I just wanted to keep that on top of our mind. It's not saying that we don't reconsider the position, but Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. Just on 10 and 11, as a practitioner, I would not like them moved to application material. So this is a great project, and I've really enjoyed being on the journey that Anna described earlier. I also want to applaud the team. The issue papers and the agenda were very well written and easy to follow. The standard, especially post-cusp review, I think is really in very good shape. And I unbelievably see the benefit of doing that cusp review. So the only comment I have is on 8. And I think I may have received some similar comments that Nancy had. But there was concern in the change in the language in 8, and then it called into question perhaps the objective. The words seem to expand the responsibilities, implying more than a limited assurance engagement. I guess maybe that's from adding in other procedures. I fully support the definition of review procedures and putting that all together. But I sent in a number of potential changes in that paragraph that might help with some of the concern that came out of reach out. And I think Nancy gave some details, and I think we gave some other alternatives. And since I am the project board member, I did see a number of other alternatives that came in. So I'm hoping that the project team considers them. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Yes, thank you and good morning. And thank you for the team for the deliberate work you have done and performed throughout the recent months and weeks. And we had some fun discussions many times. I have similar comment like Wendy and Nancy with respect to paragraph 8. We had a lengthy discussion last week in my jurisdiction about the character of an interim review, and we stake and we want to stay with the wording of primarily inquiry analytical procedures and not more. We do know and accept that we need to have other procedures once we get to certain issues, and we will get to them later on in the standard or exposure draft. But here, number 8 or requirement number 8, it's the basis where we explain what an interim review is all about with respect or in contrast to a reasonable assurance engagement. And it is primarily about inquiry and analytical procedures. And I would say now, period. So I did send you some comments last week. We had some email communication over the weekend, but I just want to highlight this here for public. Another comment I want to make with respect to the application material, it's A7AA. I also send it in It's about the objective. And here, I do not think we need the last sentence in there, where you are proposing the auditor may consider it necessary to include another matter paragraph in the interim review report to explain why he has to or had withdrawn from the engagement. I do believe this is, at this point, here in this case, superfluous. I want to say you to think about this again. Thank you.
Could I just pause here for us? We've had now 3 comments on paragraph 8. Effectively, what's being suggested is almost a return to the original language. And if I understand, it's it's because we don't want to give the misperception that this type of review engagement is doing more than it is, and that the change in language may do that. But we've heard 3 people who would like to get back to primarily inquiry and analytical procedures. And as I understand, it doesn't remove the possibility of other procedures. It's just the focus of what primarily this is on. But I just wanted to make sure that people don't have other contrary positions here, because people may have thought it was really important to make this change. Any other comments on this, or does the board want to return? Anna, were you up on this?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. This was almost the one note that I'd said to myself. I'll just acknowledge that we have heard a few things and when we have a proposed solution, and I did not say that out loud before turning over the mic. I wanted to say, absolutely, if we have unintentionally created a misperception that we were intending to change the intended, like the expected extent of procedures beyond what is being described as being the understanding, that we obviously needs addressing, and reverting to something very similar to what was is an option. The main matter that we were trying to dismantle, I suppose, in creating this clarity was this notion that there would be some kind of taxonomy or categorization of procedures within a review engagement, and ultimately just making very clear that it came about from questions about other procedures, other review procedures, additional procedures, and what all of those words meant. And so this was really an attempt to just clarify, you have procedures that you do, but we acknowledge that they are primarily analytical inquiries and analytical procedures. We actually did a little count of the number of shall inquire compared to other requirements. So there are obviously other procedures, but no, we hear that, and we do have proposed ways forward.
Okay, anyone want to come in on this topic? So maybe that's a sense of the board that maybe returning to the original language there would be a good idea.
Well, I guess not the entire original language, because okay.
Primarily inquiry and analytics.
No, if we get that gist, but
Yeah.
the team is also trying to describe what review procedures are, and it's not only those 2. So, okay, good.
Right.
As long as we capture.
No,
all those
we're not
comments.
changing the rest of the paragraph.
I think was mentioned that the team has talked about this quite a bit already after getting the board comments. And we do have a solution that we think will be acceptable to the board, and it's changing the wording in paragraph 8 to get back to the primarily inquiries and analytical procedures, but also reinstating the definition of review procedures. Okay, and I think that's where the primarily would come in, and then paragraph 8 could simply refer to review procedures because it would become a defined term in the standard. So we'll let the board reflect on that, and obviously that might be one of the things we can bring back on Wednesday morning. Yeah.
So you got the thrust of the board's position on this one, which is return primarily inquiry and analytical procedures with some drafting to come. Okay. Okay, I didn't mean to cut short other comments, but it seemed like there were 3 people who came out on that, and I just wanted to dive into this topic. And on this specific point, we have 2 more. Jayu?
Thank you, Tom. I have one comment on paragraph 11. I think it's very important to highlight the difference between audit and interim review. Here, I'm suggesting that we align the wording here with the wording on page 23 when we talk about the wording in the interim review report. As an example, in paragraph 11, we say may bring significant matters to the auditor's attention, but does not provide all of the evidence that would be required for in an audit. But here in, I think on page 23, it says does not enable the auditor to become aware of all significant matters that might be identified in an audit. So I think what's coming up in the review report, the wording, it will be preferred to align with those paragraphs, 10 to 11. Thank you.
Leda?
Thank you, Tom. And I've been thinking about whether I need to thank the team for all the hard work being done, but I'm just going to continue on not doing that every time I speak. So even though I'm vice chair, so maybe breaking protocol or not, but in respect of paragraph 11, I think I agree with Neil on removing that sentence. That would also take care of Xiaoye's comment, because I also like the language in the report better than paragraph 11, because the audit doesn't provide evidence, we obtain it for the purpose of. My comment sits more on a consistency matter. I know your team will pick this up, but we have interim review engagement defined in what is it, 1 or 2? Yeah, 1. And then in paragraph 11, we speak of a review of interim financial information. So it's can tidy that up a little bit. That would be great. Thank you.
Anna?
Thanks. I had actually wanted to go back to Neil's question and see if there had been any other views, so that this is helpful. I don't know if there are any other directions and what did.
So I guess you got a suggestion or 2. It seems, it seem like general sense that pursuing one of the types of suggestions, maybe Xiaoyu's comments, would be one possibility. There are other suggestions that it would be worthwhile doing.
Okay, so if that was it on this point, we do have a pause moment on definitions, being as there are a number of them. The main change was to clarify the definition of other information that we did between December and now. And so I wanted to ask now for any comments on definitions.
Bill?
Just the definition of other information. You seem to have taken that from 5,000, whereas there's an alternative definition in 720, which relates to financial information more specifically, I think might be more appropriate, but I'll leave that for you to decide.
Christelle?
I had a comment on paragraph 15. The definitions in paragraph 15 may need to be reviewed. Some terms originating from the ISA are used in Israel 2410, but are not defined in the standard and are currently defined in the glossary only in the context of audits. For example, date of approval of a financial statement, states of details, states of controls. So the staff could either clarify in the glossary, but these definitions also apply as appropriate to ISO 2410, or include specific definitions within ISO 2410 where necessary. I had also another comment on paragraph 15, small g, to reinstate the definition of review procedures, which seems to have already been considered and discussed in relation to paragraph 8. So I'm supportive of the direction that the staff intends to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. I agree with Michelle about the need to review the paragraph 15. There are two terms that I think we need to define there. The first is evidence, that we don't have the definition of evidence. And the second one is financial information, because there is a lack of clarity that what financial information mean in the context of the 2410. I think that we need to clarify that we are not talking about information under the scope of 5,000, because in several jurisdictions, sustainability information is also financial information, and we need to be very clear in that point. Thank you.
Okay, Semi?
I was wondering if we can go back a little bit to paragraph 13. That's just one quick matter in there. I was wondering if we can add the word whether due to fraud or error to make that more consistent with ISA 200 paragraph 11 in terms of the objective. And for the definition, just further to Hernan observation with regard to interim financial information, the word financial information and not financial statements can cause some challenge when it comes to translation sometimes, because the term financial statements is the one more commonly used. The other thing is that I think the glossary, and this might have been mentioned, the glossary already defines interim financial information, and the definition used in the glossary is different from what we see in here in 15D. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. For the definitions for E1, I think this has already been discussed, but I think there's some tweaks that are needed, either not subject to limited assurance or not subject to the interim review engagement. So that's pretty easy. But I do also have some comments or questions on A7BB. Before I get to that, I think A7A is a little clunky, but I sent in that comment, and maybe we can fix how it's the order that it's in to make it less clunky. For A7BB, it's absolutely correct as written, but I'm not sure the intent is clear, because where are the auditor's responsibilities in these circumstances outlined, or how do we get to association versus what's other information as part of the interim review? So for example, where it says including prospectuses, there are times when the auditor's interim review is associated with the prospectus. So it's kind of unclear what you're supposed to do there. And I don't know where auditor association is addressed in the standard at all, or how we kind of refer to what might be done in that circumstance. So that's it. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. And I just want to say the direction of travel overall, very comfortable with where this is heading. I just wanted to follow up Wendy's comment there just on A7BB, where we explain other information. It's quite definitive at the moment, the current language in there. preliminary announcements, are not considered other information. And it sort of begs the question, well, what else, is there anything else that would also not be considered other information? Or is this just, are we just tightly explaining something that's not, and therefore everything else is? So I just like investor briefing packs was a thing raised in my outreach. I presume that would also be excluded. So I just wonder about sort of the language, given this is application material, whether are not considered might need to just be, maybe there's examples of things that may not be or are not, or I don't know quite on the language, but it's a bit limiting at the moment, I think, with the current language. So just think about whether wider wording would just open it up a bit.
Lina?
Thank you, Tom. My comments also in the context of E1, and I think this could solve also a little bit on A7BB, but so I would support Wendy's suggestion of changing not subject to assurance to not subject to the interim review engagement, because that takes away the thorny bit that when it's included in a prospectus, all of that is then considered other information. And I do support Greg's suggestion of making it examples of and not make it appear as being an exhaustive list. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, maybe we solved now my issue with Wendy and Edo's comment and Greg's, but again, E1, you're talking about a document and documents, plural, which is inserted newly. Why do we talk about this plural documents? Yeah, but maybe this can be resolved within all the comments given to you.
Anyone else on this? Anna?
Thank you, and I think all of that is clear. The other information definition, definitely we've done some tweaking along the lines of some of the suggestions that have come in. There were some, I guess, new definitions offered and so on, and I just want to make sure at this point we haven't played with revised wording to introduce additional definitions necessarily. On the basis that most of the terms, as we have gone through that warranted defining were captured. And I just wanted to make sure some terms that are not defined are described. So for example, a suggestion to define certain dates have been described in application material. And I just wanted maybe direction on the boundaries of considering additional definitions to not overdo.
Sorry, could you repeat? I just want to be clear what you're asking for the board again. Just.
I suppose the main definition that I've heard as potentially missing is one on evidence from Hanan, and I just wanted to, I guess, make sure that I heard if that was the only other than, and from Christelle, to define a date that we currently have as a description. There's obviously a number of terms that could end up with question marks over them. And I just want to make sure we weren't trying to keep it constrained within the context of these are engagements performed by the auditor, who knows, like, the terms are to be used as they are in the ISAs in this ISRE. And so just wanting to make sure that we understood the level of angst.
Yeah, I think, Tom, the bigger issue here also is that we did discuss the definitions before, and I think this is the list of definitions we landed on. If we now started adding definitions, then where do we draw the line? That's the problem. So we might be opening a floodgate here. But I mean, obviously, if board members feel very strongly that something should be there, and I think that's the clarity what Anna is looking for. But like I say, just be careful because we might be opening the floodgates.
Wasn't Christelle's point about the glossary something a little bit more nuanced than that, right? Your point about the glossary was that right now it just refers to audit, and that it would be fine to refer to the glossary as we did, but is there something we have to do, at least as a suggestion, to say, okay, then it's okay to refer to the glossary here because it also would apply in this instance of review engagements? Was that what you were saying? Which would mean we don't have to add more definitions. We're fine. I just want to bring it back.
Yeah.
Dan, do you want to?
It's certainly something that the team can talk about a little bit more, Tom, but the intent of paragraph 15A was specifically to address group-related terminology. I mean, there are ISOs today that include terms that are defined in the glossary that are not defined in that particular standard. This would be no different, but 15A was added specifically so we didn't have to include 5 or 6 or more definitions of group-specific terms in this standard. And that was explained to the board back in September, December, and the board was comfortable with that direction.
Thank you, Tom. I understood your question to be, do we really feel strongly we need to add definitions? And if so, say so now, but I was going to say some of what Billy already said. But I did want to ask a question. I think, Dan, you said earlier, the review procedures definition is going to go back in. Is that correct? Okay, that was it.
Any other comments on this? Shreya?
In terms of the definition of other information, my suggestion would be to actually bring in the application material into the definition in the back into the definition, because currently it's read like we define something in the definition section, then we, contradict or carve out something by adding in an application material. So I think the definition should be put together, and then we may put down some examples in the application material to explain something within the definition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I suppose at this point, then I'll move on to the next section and pause point. All of the changes in this section were primarily in the application material for clarification purposes. So we're looking at requirements 16 to 23 and A8 to A20 to do with relevant ethical requirements, professional skepticism, professional judgment, and the core requirements on the conduct.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just had a minor suggestion on A15. We just refer to the interim review, and I think we should refer to the interim review engagement, because that's the language we use elsewhere. Thanks.
Christelle?
Consistent with what I said for A1B, it's a comment on paragraph A16 small a. I'm concerned that the current wording is both complex and relies too heavily on cross-references to ISA 220. ISA 2410 is intended to be a standalone standard for interim reviews, so key concepts should be understandable without requiring the user to consult other standards. I would encourage simplifying the language and removing cross-reference to ISA 220. Thank you.
Leda?
So this is the second time the cross-reference to ISAS comes up. I am entirely comfortable with cross-references to the ISAS. We are talking about an engagement that the auditor of the entity does. The auditor needs to know and apply all the ISAS regardless. And if there's useful guidance in there, then then they can apply it. So I'm comfortable with the cross references in there, and I would support the team to keep doing it, because otherwise we need to bring stuff in that's otherwise only cluttering up the standards even further. I had a different comment that I think I missed the last time around when we discussed these requirements, but I was thinking in respect of professional skepticism and professional judgment. I think at the end of the standard, we need to reflect on the the evidence obtained, and whether it was obtained in a manner that's not biased towards obtaining it to be corroborative, yada, yada, yada. Well, you know the sentence, but we never require the auditor at the outset to bring that to the table. It's only in the evaluation where it comes up. And I was wondering whether it makes more sense to first require it in this section such that the evaluation can cover it. It's not fatal, but I think that will gel better with how the other standards are set up in this context as well. Thank you.
Maybe just a question on that point, Ado. Is your view that the application material in A13 and A14, A14 in particular, which talks about evidence being either contradictory or whatnot, is that not sufficient to address the point? Because in the requirement itself, we were trying to keep it very simple and principles based to be consistent with the requirement in 2400 as an example. But just a clarifying point on your
that's
comment.
a fair question, Dan. I would prefer it in the requirements, but as I said, it's not fatal.
Okay, one thing I think we should just make sure the board's aligned on this point about cross references, because this is the second time as Ada raised it. I guess, well, my initial reaction was you have to be an auditor under the ISAs to begin with. And so I didn't find it necessarily an issue, and maybe, as Ado said, from a drafting standpoint, helpful to leave it as is. But do other people have a similar point of view, or are concerned about cross references? Amaro?
Thanks, Tom. I have the very same point as Ido. I think cross references, when correctly put in the document, really helps in clarifying the message, and helps also in the consistent application. So I'm really supportive of this, and my outreach in Brazil, the auditor professor was very supportive as well.
Okay, anyone feel much differently on this? People are in support of that point of view in general. I know Christelle is concerned, but we're getting towards approval here. So we need to get the strong view of the board on this one. Okay. James?
Thank you. And at the risk of repeating what's just been said, I'm also extremely comfortable with the cross references to the ISAs in the context in which they're made. So particularly on professional skepticism, that's a really important part of the ISAs. And there's a lot of material there, and simply repeating it, I'm not sure how helpful that would be, particularly in the context specifically of an engagement being carried out by an auditor. I'd also just like, again, just to repeat, I thought this was actually quite a pleasure to read the standard. It's really well put together, notwithstanding some of the specific points, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Wendy?
So thank you, Tom. I had put my card up in support of Edo, but now we have a little broader. Edo's comment about the ISIS. So now we have a little bit broader support. And then I also put my card up because I wanted to talk about 19 and 20, which I had proposed to remove these paragraphs in the past, as I don't believe we need exception-based requirements and would prefer to make them application material only. And I don't think A9 really does anything different or additive, so I just wanted to make that comment again. However, I would not consider it to be a fatal flaw. Just wanted to make that observation.
So noted for the record. We don't want to hear a dissent on Thursday on the basis of paragraphs 19 and 20. Okay, any more comments? The standard will take as long as it's required to make the relevant points, Wendy. So short is good. Okay, we're going to move on to the next set of paragraphs.
Next section is on engagement quality management. The changes in this section are aligning the wording more closely with the paragraphs that we drew those words from originally, and they've also undergone some cusp analysis, aligning the verbs. So they're introducing the determine in the work effort in paragraph 24, B, I to VI. So that's.
Okay, so you're seeking comments on 24 and 24A and related application material. Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. My comment is on A22 application material. There's a list there, A, B, C, D, suggesting that we add a new C to actually address the point about professional skepticism. So suggesting something like exercising professional skepticism throughout the review engagement. I think that rightly belongs at that level when you look at what we're required to do and the importance of things that we need to consider in terms of other procedures. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other 10 cards. Ada?
Thank you. Let me just find it. Yes, so in 23 or 24B little 2, when we refer to resources, I was wondering whether we could make whether it could be too soon based on due process, but we are looking at making changes to ISQM1 and 220 as a result of the QM projects to also include to make clear that it includes technical resources. I was wondering whether we could reflect some of that in here as well. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, also on 24 little b, little 5, it says including determining that appropriate engagement documentation is maintained, which has been changed from what we had in December or so, in the previous version. I do not believe that the engagement partner needs to determine that engagement documentation is appropriate. Yeah, he has to see if it's there, but he does not has to determine whether it's appropriate. And we sent you as potential solution to add a new paragraph as little A2 after A1 with respect to this particular line item here. Thank you.
Semi?
Yes, on 24 B, It's just a wording thing, so I think it links to the previous paragraph where it says the direction and supervision of the members of the engagement team and the review of their work and the engagement being performed. So maybe it's something like, and assuring that the engagement is being performed in accordance with the firm quality management policies. And within the same paragraph, so it's 24B, little vi. So here we're saying, if the EQR is required, don't date the review report until the completion of the EQR. I was wondering, why do we need to link that to the dating? Why can't we say that determining that EQR has been completed if it is required in accordance with the ISQ M1? Thank you.
Thank you. Shaye?
Thank you, Tom. For paragraph 24, under the engagement partner's responsibility, I'm wondering whether we should also add a bullet point about independence. Just like in an audit, as part of the quality management at engagement level, the engagement partner shall take responsible for independence throughout the engagement, and which is also echoed by paragraph 85, when we say before dating the interim review report, we shall revisit the independence compliance again. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. My comments are on A25 and A26, and I wasn't sure if it was a potential edit or it's intentional, but in A25, we put in led by the engagement partner, and I was just confused by that change. I'm not sure the engagement team is needed here. I think it's always the engagement partner, but again, I just want to make sure or understand if it was intentional. And then the same thing with 826. I think this needs to be the partner as well. I'm not really sure why the engagement team is listed here, and I'm not sure that's the way it is in the requirements. So just those two questions.
Sure.
So if I can just come back to Wendy on that one, it was certainly intentional in A25 to insert the led by the engagement team or engagement partner, and that was to enhance alignment with the requirement.
Do we need the engagement team as well?
We will reflect on that.
Okay. Wendy, okay, Sharon, any other reflections on the suggestions you received?
A lot of suggestions. We have already talked about the technology, so taking that on board. Yeah. And in terms of the B5, the documentation maintained again, we've had some discussions already about how to address that. So all good. If we all good to move on to the engagement acceptance and continuance, paragraphs 27 to 36 and A35A to A50, and changes here, mainly alignment changes here rather than substantive.
Okay. 27 to 36A. Christelle?
On paragraph 34, small f, this paragraph appears to require that whenever a document indicates that the interim financial information has been reviewed by the entity's auditor, the interim review report must also be included in that document. For European listed entities, there may be cases, for example, a press release or an analyst presentation containing the interim financial information, where the report is not included. This requirement does not appear to exist in ISA 5000 or in the ISAs, and in practice, it is not clear that such an approach is consistently followed in all jurisdictions. As draft, the requirement may therefore be too prescriptive. I suggest either narrowing or deleting this requirement. If retained, it may be preferable to express it as an encouragement, for example, using may wish to include rather than shall, rather than as a strict requirement.
Wendy?
Thank you. I just wanted to come in on paragraph 29A, and I did not send these in advance. I'm wondering if we could add to 829A, unless required by law or regulation, the auditor shall not accept an interim review engagement if, so that would be the introduction, the firm has not been engaged to perform an audit of the entity's annual financial statements, and the auditor has reason to believe that relevant ethical requirements will not be complied with. So I will send that in as well. And then C is the auditor is not satisfied that there's a rational purpose for the engagement. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Is that you? Sorry.
One comment on A39A. Yeah, deficiencies in the applicable financial reporting framework. I think we normally see deficiencies in the system of internal control, but not the applicable financial reporting framework. Right, the 27A is talking about whether the framework is acceptable or not. So suggest to change the wording to align with the requirement. Thank you.
Robert?
I have one with respect to 33. You changed the wording from performing to commencing. And by changing from performing to commencing, the requirement in this paragraph seems to be it is stricter than it is in 2400, or for example in ISA 210, which does not have an equivalent timing requirement, and I therefore suggest to move it back to performing.
Since the language was changed, there must have been a reason for doing it. So, Anna?
I can provide this. We were talking about planning and performing the engagement further down, and by using the word performing here, we were concerned that we might unintentionally be suggesting that you could do all of your planning before you agree the terms of your engagement. And so we were thinking commencing is meant to just mean before you start your engagement, agree the terms of your engagement. It wasn't meant to have a hidden meaning and or be stricter. ISA 210 refers to sort of commencement, prior to commencement of the audit, but admittedly in application material, I will give you that. So yeah, that was really the distinction we were making.
But this would mean that if you haven't agreed upon all the terms, including fee arrangements or whatsoever, the practitioner is not going to raise his pencil to do anything. That's the way I interpret commencing. And from my background, this is not true. Yeah, he can start doing an audit plan. However, he has not started to perform it, but he has started thinking about it, and he starts performing or implementing it once all the terms have agreed upon. So I do think there is a fine line, and we should think about it. Thank you.
Another way to interpret what you're saying, Robert, is that the problem that we were trying to fix isn't that really a problem, and that this may have unintended consequences. Is that would appear? So there's no issue. Why don't we stick with the wording that we had? Okay, people are nodding in that direction. But I figured there was a reason for the change. Okay. Any other comments on these sections? Okay. Back to the team.
Okay. So the next section is on the communications with management and those charged with governance. Paragraphs 37 and A50A to A50 little b. So we've moved the requirement that was previously towards the back of the draft. We've brought it back up to the front as we were suggested by the board previously. And we've brought in the application material with it, that's moved, and just some streamlining of the requirement and application material, making it easier to read. Ready for comments?
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. My apology. I actually have a comment on 49A little b, and I forgot to bring it up. I was misreading the range. So if I may go back to 49A, paragraph 40. Oh, sorry. Did I skip ahead?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your 50. Okay, that's the application material. All right. Okay, sorry, take it back.
It's a preview of coming attractions, Nancy, isn't it? Shaya.
Thank you, Tom. 37 is a very general principle-based requirement, and the related application materials put these all together. It doesn't address, I mean, say when a written communication might be necessary, and also I think it might be makes sense to include some matters which require the communication with TCWG, things like independence, significant control deficiencies, and modified conclusion, because it's not here in the requirement or in the application materials. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Maybe it's worth just exploring with the board a little bit more on Xiaoyu's comment, and whether the board thinks that, in particular, whether there should be any more required communications or any more specific matters added as required communications. The previous discussion with the board was to keep this requirement very principles-based and include in application material the types of matters that may require this communication. This is similar to what was done in ISSA 5000. So we obviously have a couple of other places where we've talked about communications with respect to fraud, no-CLAR, that type of thing. But now just in kind of the core engagement, the types of matters to consider are all in the application material, and should just maybe get further reflections from the board, Tom, on that approach and keeping the requirement in 37 principles based like it is.
Is that, but I just to remind me, this is similar to what we have in 5000? Okay, and adding more requirements would go beyond what we did in 5000. Okay. Ado, then Amaro.
Thank you, Tom. I'm comfortable where the project team landed, and I think it would be over the top to insert a requirement for written communications in the interim review standard. For the purpose of the interim review standard itself, I think the application material is pretty clear of what the auditor can think about. And we are talking about the auditor of the entity that will report to those charged with governance. So, for example, show you independence or significant deficiencies are required to be reported in the context of the audit regardless. So I don't see a need to separately insist on it for the purpose of this standard. Thank you.
Amara?
I could repeat everything that Ido said. I'm very comfortable with principles-based. It's the danger of starting to picking up situations where you are obliged to communicate. It's a never-ending task, and depends on the jurisdiction. Can be other things that are more important than the ones that we are stressing in the standards. So I'm very comfortable. I do appreciate, and I prefer the principles-based here.
Wendy?
Thank you. So I'm just going to be an echo chamber of Amari and Edo, but I do want to add, if we think the examples in A50B could benefit from additional examples, then maybe that's the place to look. But I don't want to change it in 37. Thank you.
Okay, do most people feel similarly on keeping it about the level that we have? Okay. Good discussion. Okay, back to the team.
So the next section is on planning and performing the engagement, paragraphs 37A to 40 and A51B to A62. And this covers the group interim review engagement, materiality, and obtaining an understanding. Since the December meeting, we have added some additional requirements on groups. So we've linked the requirement in paragraph 37A. That's about the group auditor determining the nature, timing, and extent of component auditors' involvement, and that sort of links through to the requirement in paragraph 24 on the quality management. And we've added a communication requirement as well. There is a further group engagement requirement or group auditor requirement down in paragraph 59A, which we'll obviously get to a little bit later. On the materiality, we've done quite a lot of work in the application material, and same on the obtaining the understanding.
Okay, 37A to 40. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. I think I've got to be a little careful not to ask for the whole of 600 to come in. The first piece on 37A, it just struck me that we've jumped into determining whether it's necessary to involve the component auditor, but we haven't identified components. So I feel like there's one step ahead to say, you know, as part of a group engagement, you need to identify if there are components that you're needing to perform a review procedures over. If you've identified components, then determine whether you're going to use component auditors. I feel like there's just one step earlier, but please don't make me think that I'd want all of 600. Then you changed auditor rather than the group engagement partner. I support that. I think that's the right change. 37B, happy with the addition. It's a lighter touch on the communication. I think that's the right way to go. Maybe there's more application material to help support that, but I think I like the lighter touch.
Bill?
A comment on materiality, and this is a question for the team. When it suggests a benchmark as a starting norm is the full year materiality, and I wonder if that is the intention, whether the wording ought to be a little bit less definitive.
Yeah, I did raise this point with the team before the meeting, so hopefully not a total surprise, but I appreciate the language here is very similar to all of the other review standards, but I did wonder about qualitative materiality in a particularly price-sensitive publication, because it only appears, it kind of appears at the end during our evaluation, but it's not built into the process of considering materiality earlier on. So I wondered if some material there, pretty minor, would be helpful.
Thank you. Wendy?
Okay, I only have one comment in this area. It's on A51D, and I was wondering, there's a sentence that says clear and timely communication at the third sentence between the auditor and component auditors about their respective responsibility, blah, blah, blah. To me, it sounds like a hidden requirement, so maybe if it belongs in the requirements, let's put it there. Otherwise, let's take it out of the application material, or I would recommend you consider thinking about taking it out. Thanks.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. My point is on paragraph A53C. I think that we need to be clear about in which circumstances we expect that the auditor may use materiality lower than the group. Maybe if we are trying just to limit this possibility to the communication between the component auditor and the group auditor, we need to delete the phrase, for example, and just require that for purposes of communicating matters identified in the component financial information to the group auditor and not state that as an example. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So I just have one comment, and it's on application material paragraph A57 in the first sentence. Notice that it's actually not something we've changed. It says here really is to update the understanding. I'd like to bring that up to obtain, because it might be just more than updating in this context. Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you, Tom. I have two comments. One on materiality. Paragraph A53, it talks about use the same benchmark and the percentage as the starting point. But it's not clear. It sounds like if you use as a starting point, it's not the end. So what's next? Are we allowed to make adjustment, and what's the limit of that adjustment? And so I suggest we clarify that point. And second comment is on the understanding of the entity and its environment. In paragraph A60, when it's addressing the first time interim review situation, it says you are still required by paragraph 40 to obtain that understanding. But if we read paragraph 40, it says as it relates to the preparation of both annual and interim financial information. So I just want to clarify, does that mean that the understanding we are required to obtain in an interim review is comparable to what we obtain for an audit? Because here we are saying both annual and interim financial information. And actually in the application material, when it talk about the initial interim review, when I read these application materials, I think it's not clear on that point. And by the way, I think we can delete the preparation of and only say as it relates to the annual and the interim financial information, because those understanding of those three aspects is not only restricted to the preparation of the financial information, but it's really for risk identification purpose. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So I think Neil suggested that that auditor be changed to, or that's the right term. I actually think it's the wrong term. I think it should be group auditor. But overall, so this is, I know there's a couple of comments on group requirements in here for more or less. And as far as I'm concerned, all of this stuff goes into AM. I don't like the group requirements in the standard in itself. We can lean on those concepts, but do it in AM. That's my personal preference. I'm not gonna, it's not a fatal flaw, but that's where I am. And I think then we can solve a lot of problems as it comes along. In respect of materiality, another, I think this builds a little bit on what Xavier said as well, but it's fine that I'm actually comfortable that it says the basis for. What I struggled with is that the sentence now reads, where are we? Yeah, no, so the auditor may have applied a percentage to a chosen benchmark as a starting point. And I'm worried with the percentage. So because it would direct the auditor to use a quarter of their annual materiality, if it's for example, a PBT based benchmark. And I'm not sure that that's where, in practice, most materiality levels reside. So you would also come into situations where an element that you will find to be a material misstatement for the interim financial statements may not be a material item in the context of the audit, which brings a whole new set of dynamics with it. So I think my suggestion would be that I'm absolutely fine with referring to the benchmark as a basis, but to take the percentage out of that sentence as a compromise. Thank you.
Okay. Note that you said it was not a fatal flaw to have group requirements, and I note that I was looking busily at the public interest issues. Having clarity around groups was definitely one thing that the PIOB raised as well, and I thought many of people around the table called for explicit requirements related to groups too. Amaro?
Thanks, Tom. I have similar point to Ido on A53. I do suggest taking out the percentage as well, because I think the message is the benchmark. It's not the percentage. And the percentage can indicate something else as preferable. And I'm also very concerned with the wording starting point, because starting point to me implies that this is only the beginning. You have to add something. So I think it's inappropriate. If we are happy with the benchmark, then that's fine.
Okay. Akiko.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, good morning, and thank you. I really like to thank the team for the change of the wording in materiality, especially in A52, because now we are now already consist of the wording of A320, the incorporating the user's needs. Thank you so much on that. Yes, and then I like to echo the importance of the incorporation of the user's needs. So maybe what's discussed now in A53, and maybe it's really related to what Edo and Amaro said. So the auditor may have applied a percentage to a chosen benchmark as a starting point. I think we can rethink if it's needed or not, because as many said, and maybe Xiaoyan also said, and when we say as a starting point, after that, of course, as in A52, auditor need to stick to this principle. So maybe to be a principle basis, we need this sentence or not. We need to reflect. Yeah, so that is my comment. Thank you.
Robert?
Two comments, one with respect to materiality. I do hear you, Mauro and Edo, but I think A53 and A53 little a should be read both at the same time. They are complementary. And I do believe this is a starting point, but it's not the end. It is a starting point. And we made the suggestion, and I provided this wording already to the team, to add an 853 half sentence, which says, but may address the determination of quantitative materiality by considering other factors. We talk about the benchmark from the year-end audit. We talk about the applied percentage from the year-end audit, but we may consider, or we have to consider, other factors. And by the way, then in A53 little a, we come to some other specifics with respect to quarterly statements. This is one comment. The other comment refers to the inclusion of component auditors, and I refer to A51 little c, the first bullet, where you explain why a component auditor should be involved. I do believe there's additional reasons for involving such component auditors beyond the fact that they are the component auditor per se. But we want to involve them because they have a particular or special understanding of the component and its environment. And maybe we want to emphasize this. I already provided some language to you. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just had a small one on A51D, and it's just the notion of the group engagement partner not only being responsible, but therefore accountable. This is just in the second line, the three words, and therefore accountable. Clearly they're accountable, but is that the sort of language we have in IAASB? It is, consistently?
I think we did reflect on your point and try and trace it back to the source. So I was just noting that had come as extracted from the paragraph that we had taken it from. That was the reference in the IAASB.
Whenever we just refer to the auditor being responsible, does that mean they're not accountable? Because we do that a lot.
Wendy?
So I just wanted to come in on 2 points. I understand the public interest issues, but I did also initially think that the group audit material should be in application material. But I want to come in on A53 and A53, no, just A53. I was really happy with the changes related to materiality, but I like Robert's edit, and I also like the suggestion to take out the word percentage twice in A53.
Okay, go back to the team here. So you've gotten a bunch of suggestions. So a lot. Anything from a clarity standpoint, you feel like you need specific board guidance, or is it you need to consider what the implications are of all these suggestions?
No, I think, thank you for the comments, and the team will reflect on those. Materiality has kind of been a moving target, and it's kind of been all over the map based on comments from the board over the course of the last 2 or 3 meetings. With respect to A53 in particular, we'll have a look at those words the notion of the benchmark and percentage, we'll look at it, but I'm pretty sure those words come directly from ISA 320, and that's why the footnote reference was added there in the context of how the auditor thinks about it for the audit. We may look at the second sentence and maybe tone that down a little bit based on the comments that have been received. It may be appropriate to use the same benchmark, for example, and whether we retain the reference to starting point in that second sentence can be debated as well. But those are the things I think the team can reflect on. Helpful comments, so thank you.
Okay. Let's go to the next section. Maybe we got one or two more before the break.
Okay, so the next section is our first section on designing and performing review procedures, paragraphs 41 to 44A and A63 to A80. So this sort of sets up the auditor's inquiries and other procedures. What we've done, as Anna sort of described in relation to paragraph 8, we were trying to simplify in regard to our references to other review procedures or whatever they might be. So we have taken out a lot of the subheadings and just tried to tidy that up and make it a little bit easier to read. We are also aware that there may be questions on paragraph 41B, which is the addressing all material areas in the interim financial information. I'm sure the board members have some comments on that, so I'll turn it over.
Bernard.
Thank you, Tom. My first comment is about 41 and in general the drafting of the paragraph. I think that as the board requests for go back to the old language in the standard, we need to revise the text in the 41 because the paragraph emphasizing performing review procedures, but does not explicitly say that review procedures include inquiries, analytical procedures, and other procedures. Maybe it could be reinforced if we change the language. The second point is about the paragraph 42. It is stated that, no, sorry, so also about the 41. It is stated that the auditor shall design and perform review procedures that address all material areas, but the term areas could be applied in a different way in practice. I think that we need to clarify what we are trying to say when we talk about areas. And this is connected with the paragraph in the application material A69A that is connected with paragraph 41 and need to go back to the old language. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil?
My comments on 41B. So I don't think 41B is needed. I think it should be deleted. I think it's inconsistent with what we're doing on 330 paragraph 18. It feels like it's the equivalent paragraph that we were moving out of 330. ISSA 5000 doesn't have this paragraph. It has this paragraph for a reasonable assurance engagement only. This is a limited assurance engagement. So we've gone beyond that. We spent 40 teeing up, getting our understanding, identifying these areas where we need to design and perform review procedures. And then 41B says, well, don't worry about that. You have to perform review procedures for everything anyway. Yeah, that's hopefully enough to remove it.
Okay. Wendy?
Okay, thank you. I won't repeat what Hernan and Neil said because I agree 100%, especially with deleting 41B. And then I will move on to 44. 44D, I thought we should add something on an inquiry for new estimates because it just talks about changes in old estimates. F, significant deficiencies in the design or operation of internal controls as it relates to preparation and presentation of both annual and interim financial information. I know that probably comes from someplace else, but I was thinking that we should also ask about, because this is an update from the audit, perhaps we want to ask about remediation for any prior significant deficiencies. And it's not clear to me entirely in this environment, would the entity have come up with their own deficiencies, or is it only deficiencies from the auditor, or is it both? So some clarity on that might be needed, and then it would follow into the application material. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll handle every comment, obviously, in the section and all the material, but we've now had a couple of people suggest the deletion of 41B. But I just want to get a sense from the team first, your reactions to that and why we have it, but also to see whether other board members believe we should remove it or if it creates a fatal flaw for them if we do remove it. Do you want to, Anna, come in?
Sure, thank you. And I can certainly, I'm sure Dan can add color if he sees fit. Your first question was around why it was here and any fatal flaws on removing it. We have discussed as a team based on comments that have come in now. We've gone back to previous discussions that we'd had as a team around what it might look like to remove it, and we do have some proposed edits if we do land there. The reason that we had ended up with it in the standard in the first place, though, was to acknowledge a slight, I guess, difference in the extent of the procedures that are performed in an interim review engagement and a review engagement compared to an audit. And so that the same way of thinking about the purpose of the paragraph might not be quite directly so equivalent to 33018, and obviously in the context of that other project, sort of that was separate. And so that it felt appropriate at that point to retain it and have it in as a requirement, as an almost shortcut. I'll say a proxy for risk, if that is a way of thinking about it. But because of that, and based on the further conversations that the board has had, I think we understand where the request to reconsider its inclusion comes from, and I think we have, there's ways of working around it if it wouldn't become a fatal flaw for others, I suppose.
I guess maybe the question is, do you have something in mind? It may be without asking for the specific draft, and like give us a sense of what you were thinking based upon what you've heard so far.
Sure, absolutely. So really, paragraph 40 is still the requirement that says that the auditor is required to obtain an understanding and so on, and use that understanding to identify areas where material misstatements are likely to arise. And then 41 would remain focused only on designing and performing procedures to address those areas. The notion of further like inquiries, analytical procedures, and other procedures as appropriate would be reintroduced to make clear that we're expecting almost a response to those, and the remaining requirements would be unaffected, sort of 42. So it really would look almost just like deletion of B. We had not discussed that. We'd previously discussed, or the board had previously discussed and agreed that the term areas was appropriate in the context of interim financial information because of the various, I guess, kinds of financial information that may arise. There might not be financial statements that have sort of what we'd think of as COTABs in an audit. And so areas was just broader, but really thinking about the equivalent term, maybe.
Do you want to come in on this?
Yes, so I would be firmly in the camp of taking 41B out for the reasons noted, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with a suggestion that it will look like it's deleted, because it is the underlying concept that I don't agree with. For an interim review, Just as Neil said, well, we're taking it out of 330. We've not applied it in 5,000 specifically. And there was quite a bit of board discussion around it. So notions of, well, it will look like it's deleted, won't cut it.
Any others on this? James, did you want to comment here?
Yeah, excuse me. So this isn't the equivalent requirement to 330.18 when I read it, because 330.18 is requiring you to do substantive procedures. This is requiring the procedures that you design for interim review to address all material areas. So I don't see a direct equivalence, but I can see how, if I'm trying to understand what it means as a practitioner, that's the inference I would draw. So I'd be really interested to see what the kind of the redraft would be around that, just to clarify what we mean, because I'm not entirely certain, based on this conversation, what the purpose was.
Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So on this particular issue, I'm in the camp of deleting it. I think if the team feels that you need to include it, then to Hernan's point, I think we need to explain what we're really referring to in addressing material areas. And in fact, if you leave it there, you probably require some application material to further guide people on this particular point. But I'm in the camp of removing it altogether. Oh, and there is a second point while I have the floor. A69D, smaller comment. There we were listing a number of areas whereby we could have disaggregated levels. So we have 4 bullets there, and all of them start with some kind of category, and then you give example, except for that second one. So I would suggest that try to make it parallel. Maybe say something like my business activities, and then in bracket, example, your product line or your source of revenue, just to make it parallel. It's just editorial suggestion. Thank you.
The chair notes your opportunistic comment while you had the floor. But it's a good comment, so we'll take it. Yes. Okay. So I think you get in a sense of direction in terms of the B paragraph. Most people like it removed. You could suggest some drafting right around that. I think this would be probably something that gets brought back on Wednesday, rather than us continue to have a prolonged discussion. We'll give you some latitude to come back with a solution, including probably the deletion of the subparagraph. Okay, more comments. Greg?
Sorry, Tom, I was just going to make a brief comment on that last issue, but have you closed that down?
No, you're able to go. At least you'll be on the topic that we're coming on right here. Greg, you come in.
Okay. So I just wanted to make the point that I think our rationale for deleting paragraph 18.330 was based on a robust risk assessment, a risk-based audit, and that paragraph 18 was not consistent with that sort of risk-based audit approach. Obviously, this is different. So I just think we just need to be careful in our rationale for deleting. I think what's important here, if we're deleting, is that we're benchmarking it to limited assurance in our view of what limited assurance is elsewhere in our sort of suite of stuff. And if our rationale is consistent with that, then fine. But I think to try and sort of hook it to removing paragraph 18, I think that's dangerous territory. Thank you.
I think that is a really good point. I think what I felt was the most convincing was that it wasn't consistent with what we've done in recent discussions for limited assurance. And I think the record should show that it isn't just a mirroring of our 330.18, by which it's our current decision of this board. We have not finished our deliberations there. But it has to do more with where we've been on limited assurance. So, okay. Thank you, Greg. Great clarification there. Christelle?
It's a comment on application material 72. I recommend elevating the reference to communications the entity has received or expects to receive or obtain from regulatory agencies, from application material to a requirement. This would emphasize the importance of such communications as a source of information for the interim review.
Okay, Jaya?
A comment on paragraph 42G1. It talks about modification to the auditor's report, but we no longer use modification to audit report since the new auditor reporting standards. So what I'm suggesting is here we say matters affecting the auditor's report and adding an application material explaining what those matters might be. It could be modified opinion, could be going concern, material uncertainty, emphasis of matter, and the key audit matters. Thank you.
Adam?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So I know Wendy made a comment about 42D as well. And in respect of 42D, and I appreciate the comment that Wendy made that says to ask about new significant accounting estimates. But I'm going back to the whole notion of the interim review builds upon the knowledge of your annual financial statements that you've done in the past. So I was thinking, are we now sufficiently dealing with the understanding of the significant accounting estimates when it's a first-time review? Because at that point in time, I don't think that inquiring about changes and new significant accounting estimates is sufficient, because you need to have an understanding, a base level understanding of how the significant accounting estimates are coming together in the first place. And I was also thinking about this in the context of significant legal matters. I think there it's less profound, but significant estimates are, if anything, going to be tinkered with, or from a complexity point of view, I think significant estimates is important in the context of interim financial information. So particularly for the first time review, that level of understanding needs to be at a sufficiently robust level to be able to understand whether changes make sense or not. So that, and I'm not sure where to put it in, but it's just a concept that I haven't captured elsewhere. And small comment then on application material, A66. Yeah, grabs two notions really, and I was wondering whether, particularly the last one, while the auditor is also not required to corroborate that sense, whether we could just put more emphasis on it by making it a separate application material paragraph. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just had a small comment on 42, B and C. We use the phrase accounting principles, but elsewhere in the standard we talk about accounting policies. And I just wasn't sure the distinction and what do we mean by accounting principles.
Okay. Any other comment? Any reactions from the team or specific items that you want further direction on?
I don't know that there's anything we need further clarification or direction on, Tom. And maybe just a quick response to Ado, to your point on first-time engagements. The team talked about a little bit already and thought that the application material in A60 and A61 would address that point, because it basically, the board had already agreed that all of the material on first-time engagement should be in one place, which it is in these paragraphs. And it says that the nature of the procedures for a first-time engagement are a matter of judgment. The things up in A57 are relevant in the circumstances. But A61 does get into kind of your point, Ado, about the, when you may need to do more, and it may in fact, have to do a more fulsome understanding or obtain a more fulsome understanding in accordance with 315. A61, however, now is written more in the context of those circumstances where the predecessor doesn't allow access, and not generally, to your point about there may be certain matters where you may need to do more. So one thing that we can look at tweaking the language a little bit there. And then Greg, just quickly on your point, we'll have a look at the wording to make sure that the terms are consistent. But I think our initial reaction was those terms are coming directly from other standards, either ISO 260, 700, and they're used in that context, accounting principles, accounting practices that way. But we'll definitely go back and have a look.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So we're going to take a break right now for lunch. Thanks for the first part of this discussion. We're just a little under halfway through work. So this means we're going to reconvene at 1:30 sharp, so not quite getting the hour. And we'll have to just continue to manage some time. We could always take a little bit out of the next break if we're running short on time as well. So we'll take as long as it needs to get through this read today. Okay, we'll see you shortly. Reconvene at 1:30 New York time. We're into the 2-minute warning. Can we, Jasper, could you get people back to? Okay, hope everyone had a nice little break. We're ready to go through the second part of proposed 2410. I see that we're up to designing and performing review procedures. I'll turn it back to the team.
So we're starting to get into the meaty parts now. So first up, we've got the related parties, fraud and non-compliance with laws and regulations. That's paragraphs 45 to 51 and A80 to A85. So you'll see here there's been quite significant changes made in the requirements related to fraud, particularly. And those result from the directions we received at the board in December, connecting the dots back to the deep dive, excuse me, and responding to views expressed that inquiry alone is not enough. So what we've done in the fraud and no CLAR section is we've got some general requirements that apply to both fraud and no CLAR, and then we have actually separated out some work effort requirements. These act as what we describe our funnel approach. So you make some general overall inquiries, and then so based on paragraphs, I think it's 48, around 48. So it's a general inquiry. If something comes to the auditor's attention, or if the auditor becomes aware of something about either through inquiries or through other procedures, then you need to do more. And we've drawn the auditor's response on the requirements of ISA 240 revised. So in paragraph 49A, requires the auditor to make further inquiries, understanding the matter, how management's process to investigate and remedial actions. And then based on that understanding, the auditor, unless the matter is clearly inconsequential, you need to do more to evaluate what the effect might be on the interim financial information. And then from there, we've got some application materials that says that if you believe there might be a material misstatement, then you're into your deep dive requirements. Excuse me. So I'll stop there for comments.
Okay. 45 to 51, A80, A to A85. Welcome back, Sammy. Sorry to have kept you in the waiting room. We're just started. We're on paragraphs 45 to 51 and A80A to A85. Okay, Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. So since I did the drum roll earlier and misspoke out of turn, I will now turn to 49A little b. Two issues there. So first off, in the sentence, we talk about evaluating. When in the later standard in number 60, we talk about determine. And I would think that it would be good to keep them consistent and aligned and use determine here. The second part is talking about whether it may have a material effect on the interim financial information. Well, in 60 again, it talks more about the fact that whether it may cause the interim financial information to be materially misstated. So I think it would be good to keep the two paragraphs consistent. So that's the observation on 49A little b. And in connection with that, A80A, let me find it. A80A. So it's, I guess, the second sentence that runs on pretty long. And that first part of the condition, not sure if that's really necessary. So if you determine fraud or suspected fraud may have a material effect, and this causes the auditor to believe it may be materially misstated, well, we're already talking about performing procedures with paragraph 49A, which is really looking at fraud and suspected fraud. Then I think in the second sentence, you can do without that first condition and just basically go to the fact that if the auditor believes that the interim financial information may be misstated, and the rest of the sentence would follow. Just makes it easier to read. It's a very long sentence, and the first part of that condition doesn't seem to do anything for me. Thank you.
So, yeah.
Oh, could I do 50B? That's a separate.
Yeah, you can
Going
do that.
back to the requirement paragraphs. 50B, it's a tutorial, but I think it may be good to mention that because in the first line it says the auditor shall respond appropriately to non-compliance and so on. Further information to evaluate the possible effect. So here again, it's the evaluate, changing that to determine. Thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Paragraph 25B, 45B, I suggest to add in being appropriately approved, accounted for, and disclosed. And then for paragraph 46, B, because we are making inquiry of management, so here I think whether related parties are involved, but not could be involved. And then paragraph 51, 51A, communication with appropriate level of management, or I think it might be and. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. So my comment is on 49A, little b, but more about the application material. I think there should be an A80C lifted from the concepts in A162 and ISA 240 about how you might use the whistleblowers information, and also an example on how the engagement partner might determine that the suspected fraud was clearly inconsequential. So the elaboration is related to clearly inconsequential, which we know caused a lot of issues when we were doing the fraud standard. So thought we should bring more out in the application material here. Thank you.
Sammy? Oh.
Yes, I'm here. Okay, so for 49A little b, I was thinking if can add between brackets after the word unless based on the inquiries on A. So that we are still in inquiry stage at this moment. And then after that, if the fraud or the suspected fraud is clearly inconsequential, the evaluation, I'm not sure if the evaluation should be limited only to whether it has a material effect on the financial information or whether further review procedures should be performed in order to respond to the fraud or the suspected fraud that is clearly inconsequential. So it's not only whether it has impact on the interim financial information or not, but possibly some other review procedures as well. For 47, this is before 49. For 47, we're speaking of related party transactions. And there is something with that we notice sometimes within the financial statements of the issuers, and this is a statement that says that such related party transactions have been committed on an arm's length basis. And I wonder if there's something that can be added within the standard or within the application material to say that if such a statement is there, then auditor should inquire about the basis of such a statement, especially if it is added for the first time within the interim period. And if there is no sufficient basis for adding such a statement, then well, necessary, like the impact of this for the review report should be evaluated. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. So my thought was prompted by paragraph 49B. So 49B is about identifying a misstatement due to fraud and thinking about the implications for the interim review engagement and the possible effect on management's representations, which is fine, happy with that. But my question or my thought was, what about the implications for the audit? And that got me then thinking more broadly about the connectivity between 24, across the board here between the interim review engagement and the audit. For example, paragraph 40A connects the auditor's understanding for both the interim review engagement and the audit. There's some aspects here around going concern about if there was a material uncertainty, say at the last audit, what does it look like now at the interim review engagement, etc. So there's already some inbuilt connectivity between the audit and the interim review engagement. And I would have thought fraud is such a key area. If fraud's been found, and yes, you want the auditor to think about the implications for the interim review engagement, but surely we have to link it with the audit. I can't see the auditor could not know about this, having found it in the interim review engagement. And so it just, yeah. So, but the broader question is, I think, where and how often and how well should we connect this standard to the audit? And there are some connections already, and are they the right? I guess I'm challenging the board. Are they sufficient and appropriate? Are they enough? Because this one here doesn't link to the audit, and I thought maybe it should.
I apologize for sneezing constantly during. I'm not allergic to your comments. I actually think they were quite good. So I think it's worth considering, at least keeping in the back of mind, the challenge you gave, Greg, here about the connectivity. And I'd like to see if anyone had any other similar comments to Greg or Nancy.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, so I struggle with that too, Greg. I think where I landed is that if there are implications from the audit itself that needs to be considered in the review engagement, the interim review of the interim financial information, then it needs to be stated here. Whereas if we see something in the interim review and it links back to the broader audit, I would leave it to the audit engagement. Like a good example is the one that talks about going concern. Well, whether there should be consideration about withdrawing from the engagement, that's kind of in there, right, in the fraud concepts. Well, that's relevant for the full audit. But if we see something that management refused to go 12 months out or what have you, do we have to explicitly say that maybe we'll withdraw? And what does withdrawing from the interim mean when you still have the broader audit? So really the big consideration, I think, goes back to your audit engagement. So rather than sort of drawing every time to bring in implications for the audit into this standard, I prefer to leave it to the audit level. So in other words, I'm kind of with the team in terms of not stating it explicitly here at the review level.
Any other thoughts? Yeah.
I mean, Tom, there are a number of places where the connectivity, I think, could be improved. So we've brought in 2400 and we've got this 2410. We might as well just have 2400 if we're not going to really connect this to the audit. So I think this is an example. I think that understanding, we spoke earlier around understanding the risks. There was a comment to say, well, you know, this isn't the audit. You haven't done the risk assessment, but you are the auditor. You do have that level of knowledge. We spoke about materiality and the connection to the audit materiality. What about the misstatements you discovered in the previous audit? If you now suddenly halve materiality, a misstatement previously identified in the audit now needs to be a modification to the interim review. So there are lots and lots of complexities. We've moved some of it into the application material. I think it's an area that we're going to get more feedback on as soon as we take this through to exposure.
Bill, were you coming in here? Yeah, great.
I think I'm agreeing with what you just said, Neil. I mean, it's the person doing the review engagement is the auditor. I mean, it's just a fundamental connection. So I don't think we have to keep saying it though 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 times through the standard. So I go back to the team who drafted it. You know, if it's set out once that's the case, I'd leave it at that. I don't think it needs to be repeated on every circumstance. It's like, well, it's just innate. It's innate in the engagement.
Anyone else on this? You know, maybe it's something we draw out in the explanatory memorandum. Okay, Neil, you wanted to come in?
So it's now on the paragraph numbers that we're still talking. Great. So mine's on paragraph 49A little a. First of all, I think what I'd say is I agree that we've split out fraud and no cloud, but because we split out fraud and no cloud, there's paragraph 50 that used to deal with both of them together, and it took you into doing more robust procedures. We've taken fraud out of 50, and we've now created 49A little a, which only says if you've identified a fraud, then you need to have an inquiry with management. That's not enough. We got to go back to 50 and start digging out some of the deeper dive once you identify or suspect that there's a fraud. So that 49A little a, that inquiry isn't going to be enough to be able to address that.
Anyone else on these paragraphs? Back to the team.
So I think just coming back to Neil's point, I think we had sort of seen the requirements in 49A as being analogous on fraud and suspected fraud to the requirement in 50. So obviously we haven't got that balance quite right. So I guess, yeah, we'll go back and further reflect as to how we can make that requirement in 49 a little bit stronger in terms of that. It's intending to say you need to do more. So if that's not coming through, we'll look to address that.
And the only other point that I would add to that, Sharon, is that, and I think we would agree with you, Neil, that if you do become aware of fraud or suspected fraud, inquiry is not enough. But the point of A was just to inquire about what it is, what management is doing about it. And B is where you actually would have to do something to evaluate or determine whether there's a material effect on the interim financial information. So it isn't limited to just the inquiry.
So so we're doing the evaluation, but then you're going to inquire of management and you're going to inquire about the investigation rather than obtaining, by now you're needing to start a bit of a deep dive rather than saying, is there an investigation, rather obtaining the information related to the investigation so that you can then go and do the evaluation.
And I think that's perhaps we haven't got that step being very clear, because you do your evaluation, you look into whether it may have a material effect on the interim financial information. And then from there, you know, if you think there may be a misstatement, you go into your deep dive. So yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I think we're perhaps just not clear in quite the way we've drafted it here, but that's, I guess, was our intent. Sorry.
I tried to make that link.
Sorry, we tried to make the link, connecting the dots to the deep dive in paragraph A80A. So the notion in the requirement was ask management about it, what they're doing, how they're following up on it, evaluate, you know, unless it's clearly inconsequential, evaluate the effect or possible effect on the interim financial information. That's not the deep dive. That's still trying to figure out whether you need to be in the deep dive, and that's what we were trying to say in the application material. But to Sharon's point, it still may not be entirely clear, so it probably worthy to have yet another look at it.
Okay. Should we move on?
Great. On the basis of these comments, I'm looking forward to the comments on going concern. So again, the main comment that we had received in December was an ask to make clearer the relationship between the requirements that we had proposed and when you would be in the deep dive kind of space, and also to reconsider the flow of the requirements. So really, we tried to order the flow of the requirements to be, first of all, you find out whether management has done an assessment, and this can be sort of has thought about the period ahead for the purpose of their interim financial information. On the basis of that, you tailor your inquiries, you perform your inquiries, and based on what you find out, you may be required to do more. And we also clarified, in order to better support the interaction with the statements that are being proposed in the reporting that we'll get to later, having a specific requirement in 56 to really pause and evaluate whether you have enough evidence to make those statements. So that was what we were aiming to do with these paragraphs. So Tom, at this point, then on going concern, happy to hear comments as well.
Okay, going concern. Renan.
Thank you, Tom. I have a general reflection on the section. It is about the paragraph 52B stated that if management has not yet done so, the evaluation of the going concern. What I could hear is that in practice, companies do not assess the going concern as a whole during the quarterly basis or in the interim financial information. They update the last assessment, and the wording in the paragraph 52B could be perceived as we are creating an accounting requirement rather than an auditing requirement for companies. I think that we need to revise the wording. And on the other hand, I think that in assessing the going concern, maybe we are going forward to the rationale of the 2410 when you first inquire or perform analytical procedures rather than go to the audit fundamentals that this paragraph appear to establish. That is the overall reflection on this paragraph. And the other is just numbering. I couldn't find the paragraph 52 in other part of the standard. When we don't use the paragraph, we remain the paragraph with the word not used. I think we need to remain this paragraph before 42A. And in the application material related to this part, let me check. We are referring to a paragraph that is not really, well, it's a wording matter. Then I refresh it. Thank you.
We'll definitely have to clean up the paragraph numbering as part of this. Bill?
Just want to concur with what Hanan's first comment was. That's paragraph 52B and C. The expectation is there that the going concern assessment is made 12 months out from the date of the approval of the review statement. But my sources tell me that management and on reporting side simply look out to the next reporting date, which is the annual financial statement. So just one, and I believe IAS 34 is silent on that, unlike the problems we had with going concern with the IASB earlier on the length of time you make a going concern assessment. So again, I defer to others who may have a stronger reporting knowledge, but that date, that length of time seems to, it could be causing problems for us.
So conscious of both you and Hernan said it, do we have are you suggesting something in particular, a deletion of the requirement?
Well, I don't think we can expect the auditor to look out 12 months from the date of reporting when management are not likely to look out more than to the next reporting period. So I do think it's a major point we need to discuss and debate. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think a simple amendment.
So I just wanted to understand what was being suggested. Since Ado was so involved in the going concern project, I'm going to call on Ado now.
Yes, thank you, Tom. And I think it's a valid question, Bill. This is what we need to think through: is what do we want to achieve with this? Because I think because we've acted in the public interest when we put out that 12 months since or from the date of publication for an audit. And that was also based on a recognition that we want the auditor's report to be relied upon for at least 12 months until the next reporting cycle. That's in the structure of 570. So you raise a valid question as to, do we need to have that same outlook period for the purpose of the interim review, or do we align it with the financial statement cycle, which was your suggestion, isn't it? Just up to the next.
Consistent with what management do too, and certainly not arguably another 6 months, which would be a huge onus on the auditor.
And this, I guess, this is something what we need to reflect on as a board. Is what do we think? Is it fair to when the auditor does quarterly reports and they do a Q3 report, but for the purpose of going concern, they only look 3 months out? Is that so? I need to think about it, whether I think that is the key informational value that I think I can get there. But yeah, there's the
So there's this that the 12 months issue. You could say it from from the financial reporting period as well, right? Isn't that an option somewhat in between? But I don't know. I'd rather take some other comments on this. I know, Amara, you came up immediately on this, and then Makiko then afterwards. So Amara, then Makiko.
Thank you, Tom. Actually, IAS1 requires going concern whether you're preparing annual or interim report. This is very clear in the standard. It is still valid, so will be superseded by IFRS 18. So I think it's not inappropriate to have this here if we consider only, if I'm looking only to IFRS. But of course, there are other financial reporting frameworks that we should be neutral about that. So I would just suggest the team to really reconcile this with what we're thinking about other frameworks.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Yes, I also have a comment on paragraph 52. So first of all, I fully recognize the importance of going concern itself to detect the risk, and particularly in meeting the expectation of users. And I don't disagree with 12 months period that Edo said, if that is users' needs. However, I don't think what's currently written in paragraph 52, A to D, is an effective way. It's not a practical, as Bill said, but also it's not an effective way to address users' needs, as it's too formalistic to focus too much on management assessment and its extension. So requiring such an assessment at the interim stage is not only a risk to be beyond limited assurance that we discussed early in the morning, yes, but more importantly, it's ineffective as it offers no real insight if the management is poor, given the limited time frame of interim report. The assessment, management's assessment is poor, given the limited time frame of the interim report and given the framework permit to use a coding estimate more widely. So in reality, it's far more effective to detect going concern risks and much more tough for management when an auditor challenges management with deeply considered questions based on the external environment and financial context of that entity, leveraging the auditor's deep expertise and professional skepticism. So the most impactful way to detect the entity's ability to continue as going concern within the constraints of limited assurance is through tailored and well-crafted questions specific to the entity's latest circumstances and outlook, especially those were not assumed in the previous annual report. So therefore, my suggestion is deleting the whole of paragraph 52 and instead incorporating two factors in paragraph 53. So first, the auditor should ask more tailored questions based on their understanding of the entity and professional skepticism, because the current paragraph 53 only focuses on the questions based on management assumptions, which is not sufficient. And second, the auditor's inquiry can cover 12-month period, incorporating the substance from the paragraph 52. Thank you.
Okay. Sammy, are you coming in on this point?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So,
come on in.
yes, so I agree there is some practicality challenges in there to continue doing the assessment on each interim period, and this means sometimes it has to be done every quarter. So I was wondering if we can add a reference at this point to paragraph A88 from the explanatory material where it says that where management has chosen not to extend the period of assessment, management and those charged with governance may be able to provide additional information to support the appropriateness of management use of going concern basis. So, and somehow we are saying that in some cases, even if the assessment has not been done, But if there is no concerns that, there is no profitability problem, there is no liquidity problem, still this can be acceptable from the auditor point of view. Thank you.
Anyone else on this specific topic? Is everyone's 10 card really to come in on this? I'm just trying to, particularly, I think this is a period of assessment we're on right now. So Greg and then Wendy.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. This is a tricky issue, I think, for this board to determine this. I think wherever we land on the period, I think we need to be quite upfront in the explanatory memorandum about this and ask a question. It seems to me if there's an interim period here being reported on, and the entity has done at least a 12-month assessment at its last year end, that it's not a massive burden on them to roll it forward a bit for the purposes of the interim report to at least 12 months. But part of this picture actually is also the period beyond management's assessment, whatever the term is, whether it's 12 months or less. There's 570, paragraph 20, I think it is, asks the auditor to look out beyond actually the period of management's assessment. So wherever we land, and I don't think we've currently captured that concept in here. So we need to consciously make that decision, I think, or maybe we've implicitly made that decision that we don't want to look beyond. It's a hard enough thing to just get the entity to do at least 12 months. We're not going to ask the auditor to press the issue and look beyond that, but it is a key principle in 570 where the auditor is asked to look beyond the period of management's assessment. So we would be deviating from 570 if we didn't put it in explicitly. But yeah, I'm not sure it's such a big burden to have at least 12 months when you're doing the interim for management to have an assessment of at least 12 months. If their last year end it was that, and we're now 3 or 6 months later and they're reporting, why should they not update that assessment and look out for a similar period? So I think where I sit right now, I'm pretty comfortable with the idea of this at least 12 months. Thanks, Tom.
Wendy?
So I was coming in on this section from the original request. First, I wanted to say I thought the changes were excellent and very responsive to the comments that the board gave in online comments or offline comments sent into the project team. I did have a comment on 52D, but I am comfortable with the 12 months. And I just don't, given what we did in 570, even though this is an update, I don't know how we could not expect 12 months. But my solution is looking at the application material that we have in 570, because 52D presently has no application material. And if we look at some of the paragraphs in ISO 570, I have a few, 833, 835, I sent them in, 854 and 857. I think we might be able to address some of the concerns by having appropriate application material. So that is I had sent some other minor word edits in, but that's my key comment in this section.
Okay, James and then Billy.
Yeah, I'd also be comfortable with the 12 months period, but this is ultimately a financial reporting framework issue, because we could be accused of creating an accounting requirement by the back door if we did this. But I guess we'd have to postulate a financial reporting framework somewhere that did allow you to do that assessment for less than 12 months. I mean, it's certainly not the case in the UK, so I don't know what that financial reporting framework would be.
So this is the sort of the point I was making earlier. When we talked about reporting periods, et cetera, are we talking effectively 12 months forward from the end of the reporting period or to the end of the annual period that we're talking to? I guess I would be really uncomfortable if we're basically allowing only a 3-month assessment. I don't know if that's meaningful to anyone. And I'm not sure. So Greg, your question, you raised a good question, 12 months, but 12 months from what, is my point. I guess I'm more comfortable with 12 months from the end of the reporting period because these are done. But what I'm not happy with would be 3 months or based upon, or even less, if you were in the fourth quarter and you were coming up with your review engagement was done with like 2 months to go in the year. I'm not sure what useful information that provides to anyone. So I think we need to get some clarity on this. One thing to put out there is obviously if we stick with the proposal today, we acknowledge the challenges out there and the discussions we're having and invite comment on it too. With the idea that this is the most consistent with our revision of 570. But we also understand that it has practical challenges, and then we could elicit information as part of the comment period on the practical challenges and whether that's consistent with practice and people's reading of the accounting standards too. Amaro, I see you've caught up too. Is it on this specific point? Okay. Since you're a former IAASB member, I will call on you, and then Billy, you're next.
Oh, thank you. I'd just like to point out that, well, in accordance with IFRS, I'm absolutely sure that it is required. But since we should be in principle neutral here, it might be the case for us to refer to the financial reporting framework that is used in that process. I think most countries do use IFRS or US FASB, so.
Billy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think, the first thing we should think about as well is that we have the notion of, and we've described going concern as the foreseeable future. So the company considers whether they will be able to continue to operate as a business for the foreseeable future. And we have generally attached the meaning to that as a 12-month period out as the foreseeable future. Having said that, I do think there's probably two issues here. The one issue is the 12-month issue, and the other issue is from what date. Now, the 12-month issue, I think, and James, you referred to it, I do think that in the end, it has to be from the reporting framework. The reporting framework tells management what to do. Remember, in ISA 570, as Ado has said, and for very good reason, we said, okay, the reporting framework may have a particular requirement, but for purposes of your audit, you're going to ask management to do this assessment, looking out 12 months beyond the date of approval of the financial statements, and then with the same guidance that Sammy has referred to earlier, that if they don't, but they can convince you, but you know what, it's really straightforward, there's nothing else for you to look at, then it should be fine. So I think we need to either keep it as 12 months, or we need to be more neutral and link it to whatever the framework requires. The other thing is the date. Now, remember, we're talking here about interim review engagements, and these would mostly be for listed entities. So I think the gap we're talking about between the approval of the financial statements and the reporting period is going to be de minimis. I don't think that's going to be a significant consideration in any case, because these things tend to happen very quickly, period end, and then the approval. So I think those are the things we need to think about, Tom.
Bill?
Yeah, I think James and Mo really all said it. I'm just trying to get clarification. What is the general financial reporting framework when doing a review of financial information at the half year? As I said, I believe ISA 34 is silent on that. And I don't know, we can't enforce something on management that's not part of the financial reporting framework. So that's, as auditors, if pushing something onto auditors, that is not the responsibility of management in the first instance. So that's the point. I just need clarification. I don't know the answer. I'm asking for that clarification.
So if I remember when we came to the conclusion on 570, is that we recognized our decision was consistent with IFRS accounting. But remember, the IASB was not explicit on this 12-month point as well. They just said our discussions with them saying that our reading was consistent with those standards. So like one thing we should be careful with too, and maybe is we reached a conclusion that we reached for 570. We don't want to give, I think that conclusion was right in our mind and is consistent with reporting frameworks. We were neutral regarding reporting frameworks, and I said 570 and took that position, even though we were very focused on some of the discussions of the IASB. Why would we take a much different position here, at least as a starting point to gain understanding? Like, and you could solicit comment and feedback on this point. I'm not saying this is where we'll end up, but there may be practical challenges that we use the exposure period to get input on. Bill?
And Billy said, and you've just said, we agreed on 12 months. But when that was first done, going back to when the going concern standard was issued some 20 years ago, there weren't half-year accounts. And so we were doing it based on the period to the next reporting to the market. Now we're talking something a little bit different to that. The next reporting is only 6 months away. So I don't think we can fall back on 12 months as being the agreed foreseeable future for every. I mean, if there's quarterly reporting, if there's monthly reporting, where are we going? I mean, I just think that's we got to bear that in mind as well.
I guess I'm not sure. I guess I need some clarification of what you're saying. The 12 months we agreed was from the approval date, right? That's independent of the reporting period. So I'm not sure whether when the next interim financials are, whether it's quarterly or 6 monthly, makes much of a difference as it relates to that question. It may have practical implications on how the assessments are actually done. And we've always said, and this goes to a little bit what Bakiko said, that we start with management's assessment. And I guess that's what I was a little concerned with Makiko's comments about. It almost would have flipped the model a little bit. But really the question, do we think, is going to Greg's point, I think, was, is it that much to ask management to continue to roll this assessment forward? And do we, and like, at least as the starting point of our proposal, and considering that these are listed entities for the most part, I'll invite other comments here. So let's Nancy and then Ada, you may want to come back in.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So just listening to the conversation, I'm not uncomfortable with the 12 months. I just wonder what it would translate into in practice. So in other words, we're expecting management every quarter to roll forward 3 months, something like that, right? And how would that be received? And what do we expect management to do to satisfy the level of effort for us to express a view on interim review, limited engagement on interim financial information? If nothing new kind of happened and we didn't have any going concern issues from the previous audit, is that it? Is that management just making an assertion, say, oh, nothing new, and we would accept that? Or do we expect a lot more? So I think we need to kind of flesh it out when we actually, and I like your suggestion about, seeking views once we have the ED out to try to understand what it means in terms of practice. And then I think I would be more open to different views about how to address this. But currently, 12 months seems to make sense to me.
And let's be clear, 12 months from the approval. Okay, that's it, not for the reporting, but this is,
No, and well, so I've given this a little bit more thought. And I can appreciate an analogy in working towards being this an update towards the next audit, but I think that will step out of line with what we created for the purpose of ISA 570. And I do agree with Greg, and Nancy, you iterated this as well. Even if it's, particularly if it's quarterly financial reporting, rolling this every 3 months is not a huge amount of effort. Well, mind you, the next year they need to do it entirely again. It's not an annual process, and now you break it up in 4 smaller processes, but which gets you there as well. So I think for the purpose of the exposure draft, it makes fully sense to go out with 24 months. Let's hear what the stakeholders.
24 months?
Sorry. Apologies. Thank you, Tom. The 12 months, 24, 10, and 12 months. Yes. So 12 months. Let's hear what stakeholders have to say. But I think this is synced with our thinking process around 570 and also the value that the interim review report brings. And Nancy, to your point, if I think about it, because also 570 hinges upon effort that management puts in first. So management making the assessment for an appropriate period, if they do that robustly, inquiry, yes, will get you a very long way, if not everywhere. Particularly if nothing significant has changed. So from a work effort, I think that gels with this standard. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. This has been, Makiko, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, just to clarify, so what I said before, that is not just search from the inquiry from the fresh point, but it's auditors to do a review. So they already have the baseline, base information in the financial audit, but the 1-year management assessment. So starting from that point, they can inquire, but what they need to think, auditor need to think, and also management need to think when they get inquiry is from the 12-month period from the approval, or I'm not sure on the starting point, but that is very important thing. So I don't think it's not inconsistent with what we approved in 570. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So where we are here, we've had a lot of good discussion, which I think we're supportive of the general way it's being presented today, with some comments about drafting. But we'll have a robust discussion about this issue and the sensitivities here and the explanatory memorandum, and we'll get input on the practicalities. Is that how you heard this? Okay. Wendy heard it differently.
Say you forgot to say application material.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just come back to
Yes.
a couple of things?
Okay.
The 53, it's a new requirement to inquire about significant changes, methods, assumptions, and what have you. And knowing that this is going to lead to a conclusion in my interim review report, I think there might be something in addition to those inquiries, like consider the results of the analytical procedures that you performed. There's something more there that I think you need to include, not just the inquiries. And then 55 you've switched out becoming aware of rather than identifying. It caught my attention here for the first time, and then I actually went and found that actually you've changed identifying to becoming aware of in many other places. Can I just understand that becoming aware of feels a lot more passive, feels like it's intentionally broadening all of those requirements rather than you've identified something? Can you explain that change for me?
I'm happy to do that. You do make the right point that it is intentionally that the feeling that it is more passive is fair, and that was partly the intention. Where we have not explicitly got a requirement for the auditor to identify certain matters. So, for example, to go and do their own going concern assessment, but actually to be responding to management's assessment and inquire and consider management's assessment. It didn't seem fully consistent with that notion that you would, that we would have a requirement that seemed like it would direct the auditor to identify certain matters. In the context of the conclusion that we have as well, it's sort of nothing has come to my attention, which was much more become aware of matters that caused me to believe a matter. And so we reflected that if we had specific inquiries targeted at a certain subject matter, that would result in you identifying the thing that you would then be doing procedures on, you would use identify. But here, to reflect the point that you may have become aware of matters through other procedures and not just your inquiries, it would be a if you have become aware of. So there was somewhat of an intention there.
I mean, so just the last piece of the justification in terms of the conclusion, the start of the conclusion is based on the review procedures I performed. Nothing's come to my attention. So if it hasn't come to your attention based on the procedures you performed, then it's not forming part of that. So the becoming aware, it needs to have been, you need to become aware of it based on your procedures. It doesn't just arrive.
Neil, would it agree with your point? And would it help in paragraph 55 if the words that were deleted were reinstated? Because now you're doing some inquiries about kind of changes in the assessment. And if based on that and any other review procedures performed, which would be include your analytical procedures or other things, you become aware of events or conditions. Now you've got to go further.
I think it probably would, yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to move on to the next section? Great.
Right. So the next section is on paragraphs 57 to 60, A93 to A99, and this deals with using the work of the expert, reconciling interim financial information to underlying accounting records, and then additional procedures, so the deep dive. We've already received a few comments on 59A offline, but I'll let you, unless you're, basically comments that questioning whether the auditor is now required to check off every line item for every component. So taken that on board, and we will be addressing that. It wasn't our intention to expand that requirement significantly.
Neil? Nancy?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And my apology, I guess I missed the paragraph again. It's application material A89. So I have a comment on that one, and I hope I could still raise that. So A89 talks, and the change we made there was changing two conditions from and to an or. And what we're looking for is the earlier of the two dates. So one of which was to make sure that the interim financial information is complete and prepared in accordance with the framework. And then the other one was that the recognized authority have asserted that they've taken responsibility. So the structure of changing the or to the and, it doesn't concern me because I think either one gets me to the same place. But what I get tripped up upon is the earlier of. In my view, you need both. So it cannot be earlier of. It's actually requiring both. Only when both of those happen, and that would be consistent with your requirement in 104. So even just reading it, if either one is not met, if it's not complete, or if they haven't taken responsibility for it, you're not going to date the approval of your report. Thank you.
Okay. Makika?
Okay, yes, I have a comment on paragraph 59A. So I think it seems to require the auditor to agree or reconcile the financial statement of all components of the consolidation schedule and the records of significant consolidation journals entries and adjustments. So it seems to be beyond the requirement in the audit in 600. So in contrast, in 600, paragraph 38, small a, requires the auditor to evaluate whether all entities and business units are included in the group financial statement. And this sentence is more reasonable to include here in 2410. So I believe that paragraph, this paragraph 59A should be revised to be consistent with 500. Thank you.
Thank you. Christelle?
Thank you. It's also on paragraph 59A. I'm concerned that the current wording appears too broad and not clear. In many jurisdictions, there is one consolidated set of the entities underlying accounting records that needs to be reconciled and on which analytical procedures are performed, as described in paragraph 59. However, it is often never necessary nor practical to reconcile all component information, particularly where there are no component auditors involved or the component is not significant. This level of work effort also does not appear in ISA 600 revised and is out of the scope of the typical review procedures, which are inquiries and analytical procedures. So I would not support this as a requirement. Rather, it could be presented as a possible approach in certain circumstances.
Yoshihiro?
Thank you. My comment is about the additional procedures, paragraph 16 and A99. To provide clearer guidance for practitioners, I suggest including specific examples of circumstances that require additional procedures like external confirmations. Thank you.
Shaya.
Yeah, thank you. Another comment on paragraph 60. Currently, it gives A and B, but there could be C in the cases where the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence as a result of, further work. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thanks for the comments.
Moving on to paragraph 61 to 77, A100 to A113. There weren't substantial changes in those, so we'll just move straight to comments.
Is that? Jaya?
It's paragraph. I think it's paragraph 64. This paragraph addresses the possibility that management does not amend, but we need to also address the situation where management does amend the interim financial information. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, just a small one on A109. You're talking about, or we are talking about material misstatement of other information, or we make reference to also other information beyond the interim financial information. This is a defined term in ISA 720, and I think also in ISSA 5000, and we should take this definition or this phrasing and put it in here and talk about explicitly talk about material misstatement of the other interim financial information or material misstatement of the other information. Yes. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ada?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, so just gather my comments. So in paragraph 66, C2, we were wondering whether this is not management's responsibility and whether this shouldn't be in 65. And then in respect of 66D, little 3 and 4, and whether this distinction between 3 and 4 is sufficiently clear to be drawn out, whether AM or whether one can be, or whether you can massage that with AM. And then in respect of related parties, we now are taking out the appropriateness of the accounting of related party relationships and disclosures thereof. That doesn't seem to feature anywhere anymore. And we were wondering whether that is appropriate. And then in respect of 7, VII, we were wondering whether the rep needs to be included, that they've adjusted or disclosed such matters. Because at the moment, where the disclosure or the rep is just that they've told us about it, but shouldn't the rep also be that they have disclosed them where appropriate? Thank you, that was it.
Any other comment? Jaya, you want to come back in?
More comment. Additional comments on paragraph 62. 62, it ended with to correct those statements, but it was not clear in the first part of the paragraph whether those, adjustment or disclosure were actually not made by management. So it seems assuming that as far as we identify such a situation, we should ask management to make correct, but maybe they have already disclosed or accounted for. That's one. And the paragraph 69, little a, there is sufficient doubt. Should we change it to significant doubt? Because it's hard to interpret sufficient doubt. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I wanted to just be able to answer some of Ado's questions specifically, just to see how that landed, I suppose, in terms of why certain things and how other board members might think of those. So the first question that you had asked was in relation to whether the management responsibility, or that appears to be a management responsibility around having such internal control as management determines is necessary, being a management representation, and the C2 that is to do with the fraud systems of control. Ultimately, the specific words that are in C2 were taken from ISA 240 revised as a specific representation. And while we don't disagree at all that it is, of course, a necessary part of management system of internal control that is referred to effectively implicitly in 65A, which is how you get to your financial statements, we felt it appropriate to retain the separation and have one be, okay, this is those representations about fraud can sit separate to these fundamental ones. And I suppose just more broadly, we had followed the principle based on previous board discussions around mirroring as much as we could the written representations using the structure in ISA 580 rather than, for example, in 2400 and so we had the sort of fundamental, I would say, management responsibilities that are identified. The equivalent paragraphs in 580 are 10 and 11, I think, from memory, do represent this split, and sort of wrapped up in the one in 65A is that notion of that responsibility for internal control. And so that's because then there are certain responsibilities that if management are unwilling to provide, you would be led down a sort of disclaim or withdraw kind of thinking. So it was intentional, and we did sort of go back and reflect on it a number of times to think, okay, does this really sit? So, but related to that, there were a couple of points where we removed the notion of and confirm that management have disclosed to you as auditor, and also that appropriately disclosed in the interim financial information. We felt on balance that actually the overall fundamental requirement to confirm that they fulfill their responsibility of preparing interim financial information that is complete and accurate and represents all transactions, that all transactions are recorded and reflected, captures that broader point of all necessary disclosures are included. And so we thought it was okay to streamline in that way. But obviously, if it may cause angst, we would revisit that. And I think those were the main questions that I just wanted to see if that was okay.
I'll just add to that as well in response to Ado. There's a requirement in paragraph 69B, and if management does not provide the representations required by 65, and so it's those specific requirements in 65, we didn't want to add other ones in to mess the line with that requirement.
Okay. Onwards.
Onwards, we're at the last stretch. Okay, so the next set would be on forming the conclusion on the interim financial information. Really, the main changes here were clarifying ones only. Someone, I believe it is in one of the application material paragraphs here, rightly identified a stray notion of audit evidence. So thank you. That was very much an oversight. And ultimately, really, we're just trying to pull everything together, say we've performed all our procedures, the auditor now must evaluate and conclude, and then use that as the basis for the interim review report. So 81 to 85 unrelated application material would be next.
Neil.
Thanks very much. Just 85A, the additions that we've now got is linking the component auditors that we have to take responsibility for determining whether the ethical requirements, including independence, have been fulfilled. So this now applies to the component auditors as well. Written in this manner, it goes beyond what's required in an audit in terms of 600 paragraph 25, where the group auditor needs to advise them of their independence and ethical responsibilities, and they need to confirm that they understand and will comply. But it doesn't have that the auditor is responsible or take responsibility for ensuring that they've been fulfilled. So I think we just need to check that wording there. I think we've extended the responsibility for a review than we do have in a group audit.
Okay. Shaya?
Thank you. Paragraph 84, little a. I think this point is also relevant when you apply a compliance framework. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any reaction? Okay.
No, so we'll have a noodle on how to frame 85A little a to avoid having that perception that we're going beyond. This was one of the results of coordination with our colleagues to really emphasize that your responsibility is to take responsibility for determining whether relevant ethical requirements as a whole had been fulfilled when you are the group auditor, sort of extends. But I take the point that some wording tweaks may be needed there. Okay. We then, at the section on preparing the auditor's interim review report, where most changes to the requirements in this area were intended as clarifying, including reordering some to better align with the order of requirements, basically from N27. But otherwise, fundamentally, no substantial changes to the overall principles in there. So hopefully on 86, 87 and application material.
Okay. Any comments on the minor changes to 86 and 87? Ada?
So not so much a comment on the changes that were made, but more a comment in respect of, what is it? 86 V little b, where we call out IFRS accounting standards as issued by the IAASB. And whereas in other parts of this standard, we are agnostic, here we're not. And also the application material doesn't deal with the interrelationship with IS 40 or 34. So for example, A131 doesn't include any reference to IS 34. So it just struck me as odd that here we are specifically, and I appreciate that IS 34 is the most common financial reporting framework used, but we're also coming from a standard that had a specific conclusion when IAS 34 was being used. So we're going away from that bit, and so is this still gelling together properly? That was the question I had with it. Thank you.
So I'm curious just about, so I suppose the way that we're using this notion of IFRS accounting standards in the context of this specific requirement was very much to say, if you are using an international framework, you are not referencing a jurisdiction. It's almost like in contrast to the need to name the jurisdiction from where it comes from, unless you are using the international framework. I know in our simplified minds, IAS 34 falls under the broader umbrella of sort of standards issued by the IFRS. So it is an IFRS accounting standard. And so we're not intending to either enhance or fail to highlight a thing. We were just, I guess it's at the simplest level of, if it's a jurisdictional specific, name the jurisdiction. If it is not, for example, if it's the international context, you wouldn't name a jurisdiction. And so that was really the only point of this paragraph. I do accept the point more broadly, though, that you're making around having removed references. Otherwise, if nobody else had anything,
It's like there's no other comments, so I think we can move forward.
And this may be where those come in around the wording for the auditor's interim review conclusion up to just before the requirements on reporting ongoing concern. So 88 to 96, the changes to these requirements, again, were primarily intended to be clarifying and to bring in some unintentional omissions from the December draft to capture certain scenarios, for example, in paragraph 93, and really enhance the application material that accompanied it. And I'll pause it. Correct.
88 to 96 and relevant application material. Or none.
Thank you, Tom. My point is on the paragraph A143. I think that when we refer to in accordance with IFRS accounting standard, and we are talking about per presentation framework, we could be stating that this is our position about the IFRS accounting, and there is not the only position about the IAS 34. I think we need to reward this part of the requirement to be neutral in this point and avoid delivering any conclusion by the board in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so on that paragraph, A143, I struggle not reading this, that IFRS 34 is a fair presentation framework. Not sure that was the intent, but that's how I read it, and maybe can break it up to make that clearer. That's if I assume that's not the intent. So then on the requirements. The 89 little a, where we does not present fairly in all material respects, and then between commas, or does not give a true and fair view of. So that's you can use either of those languages, and then we have brackets with a couple of dots in there, and it gets rather confusing and difficult, and also the AM, it is a bit of a struggle to work through. I understand where you're going to, but there was a suggestion of constructing it similar to ISO 700 paragraph 25, and may want to have a look at it for clarity. Thank you.
Anna?
Thank you. Yes, and we had received some comments on possible ways of clarifying. So we will. We've been noodling. Okay.
One additional comment on 93C, where the material misstatement relates to non-disclosure of information required to be disclosed. Would recommend to include the same AM paragraph as in 705A23. I think that would be helpful to articulate the concept that that the auditor is facing here. Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you. On paragraph 90, it provides two situations. I would recommend we also include a third situation where we disclaim conclusion because of multiple material uncertainty, just as discussed in IC 705 paragraph 10, because I raised it last time. Because in my territory, it is not uncommon for auditors to disclaim an opinion when they perform audit because of multiple material uncertainties relating to going concern, and that opinion will normally continue or extend to the interim review conclusion. Thank you.
Any other comments on 88 to 96. Okay, should we move to the next section?
Okay, thank you, and thank you. We'll consider these various comments. Thank you for the references to 700. In relation to going concern reporting, so we'd had direction to make sure, first of all, that we had reflected all of the scenarios that are in ISA 570, that we had captured more of the possible circumstances that would come up in an interim review, more of the possible combinations, and to reconsider some of the language that we'd used. And also make sure that for especially ones that relate to circumstances where there are material uncertainties, that we were sort of a bit firmer on the language, a bit clearer on the language that we were intending in the requirements. We are very curious to hear thoughts. There's a few new requirements that we introduced in relation to ways that the circumstances that existed at the year end may have changed, and what the auditor should do at the interim date. The application material was added specifically to one requirement in anticipation of some potential questions of clarity. And so we're curious to see, in line with the illustrations that we provided to help the thinking, to hear what you have to say.
Okay. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. I think just in general, I've previously raised concerns around the level of work that we're doing and then the conclusions that we're expressing. So that's kind of the start that I've had. I realize now we've included in the conclusion, we've modified the conclusion to be read in conjunction that this is a review engagement based on review procedures. So I think that is helpful. Let's see what happens in the exposure period as to whether this expectation gap continues to remain. Having said that, the new requirement 99 big A, I realize my comments to you was 99 little a in brackets, but it's big A. Hopefully it was clear. I understand the scenario you're trying to deal with, and it's an odd set of circumstances. And I do know that we're going to have an overlapping period. So the audit covers 12 months and we're now 6 months into it. So what's changed? I think this goes beyond what the auditing standards are asking for. This is not something that you're needing to deal with in the auditing standards, so we've introduced it. I do think that the standards allow for such a thing, right? So what we're saying is that management disclosed it. And so why don't we just use the existing mechanisms? Is this fundamental to the user's understanding? Management disclosed it. Fine, it's another matter paragraph. It's not, sorry, it's an emphasis of matter. It's not disclosed. You think it's fundamental. Well, then it's an other matter paragraph. We have existing mechanisms, and I don't think that we need to now force this requirement into the standard in this way. So I would rather take 99A and say, well, if there was one and now there isn't, if it's fundamental to a user's understanding, consider this or this, emphasis of matter, other matter paragraph based on what the disclosure looks like.
Christelle?
I have two comments. One on 98A. In ISA 570 revised, in the context of close call going concern situations, the standard refers to including a reference to the related disclosures, if any. The paragraph 98A of 2410 does not reflect this conditionality and does not explain what the auditor should do if the required close call disclosure is absent. I recommend aligning paragraph 98A with ISA 570 revised by referring to the disclosure, if any. And as already stated by Neil, paragraph 99 and 99A, it's my second comment, introduce a detailed mechanism for following up material uncertainty related to going concern from the most recent annual audit report into the interim review report, including specific references back to the prior auditor's report and the prior financial statement. I have several concerns about this approach. This mechanism does not exist in ISA 570 revised. Second, it creates a specific formalized follow-up system for going concern that does not exist for modified opinions, which may appear inconsistent. Third, the annual financial statements and the related auditor's report are not always public in all jurisdictions. Requiring explicit reference to them in the interim review report may therefore be problematic. Four, the approach seems over-engineered compared to the current ISA framework and existing practice. It may not be operational in all circumstances, for example, when the auditor was not the prior period auditor, or where there is no continuity between engagement. So I suggest reconsidering the need for such a detailed follow-up mechanism in paragraph 99A. Thank you.
Bill?
Just following on from Neil, and I didn't quite capture your last point, Neil, but I think I'm on the same page, is that Paras 99A, which are the disclosures for a close call, and Para 99A are disclosures for where a material uncertainty has been resolved. They're the same disclosures. Now, is that an unintended consequence that people may read more into, particularly 99A, where the uncertainty's been resolved, and ought the better solution be, if it's been resolved, say nothing? And I think you were talking about some other disclosures, Neil, but I mean, I just wonder whether in our desire to be totally transparent as we have been and putting things in the audit report, we might not be creating an unintended consequence there where the uncertainty's been resolved.
Wendy?
Are all that clear? So maybe the project team wants to describe the differences now. Okay, I do have some comments on 98A. There's a sentence or on the third line down, it says, and such judgments are disclosed in accordance with the applicable financial reporting framework. It seems like it's optional the way that it's written, and it may or may not be there. So I'm just suggesting that we strike that, remove that phrase. And I feel like it's already in A, a reference to the related disclosures in total, not necessarily including the judgments, but to me, it sounded like optional language. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. 99, and no, not making that comment on 99 because I have another comment here. Where did it go? Sorry. No, I got 98A. Sorry, it's a 98. I just wanted in 98 to mirror the language more closely in 570.34. So in the lead-in, it should be expanded to include the concepts of nothing has come to the auditor's attention to indicate that management's use of the going concern basis of accounting is inappropriate. It's later, but I thought it should be included in the lead-in, similar to 570.34. Sorry, and that's it.
No, I think the crux of what we're getting to here is how valuable 98A and 99A are in this context, right? Ido?
Yes, and my comment is related to it. And this is because both paragraphs refer to a disclosure in the interim financial information. And I think, Bill, you've already said it. IAS 34 is quite silent on going concern disclosures, let alone a potential requirement to disclose that going concern matters that were there last year are not there this year. And I can very well envision that when management has resolved the going concern matters, they're not going to say anything about it. It's not an issue. I don't need to report it. Do I think it's to refer to it? Do I think that's going to be in the public interest? I think it would be good for the public interest to understand that the auditor is aware that one was there last year and it's not there now. I also like the direction where to capture something of the significant judgments, but to rely on disclosures being made there is a tough one, unless we set expectations. We set expectations on what disclosures we would expect. That's what we do in 570 as well. In 570, if there's a material uncertainty, management needs to disclose that. That's not in here now, and which I think it needs to be. And building on it, we could at least alert the auditor to, in the context of adequacy of disclosures, think about these two scenarios as well. I do agree that if any is probably a likely addition to it, because the financial reporting framework just doesn't ask for it. But there's this relationship on the adequacy of disclosures and the reference to it that, yeah, we want a lot of references, but there's not we don't set out what we consider adequate disclosures in this context. That's, I think, my key comments in respect to this. Thank you.
Shaya?
Because the reporting on going concern matters is so complicated, so many different scenarios, I would like to suggest that we add a flowchart or decision tree in the application material to facilitate, the thinking process. Thank you.
Sammy?
Yes, I want to move to paragraph 100. So, in 100, we are saying that if events or conditions have been identified that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, and which have not been alleviated by management plans. So if there is something that have been identified and those are not alleviated by management plans, now in the conclusion, we're saying a statement that the interim review conclusion is not modified. Now, when I compare this to the definition of may cast significant doubt in 570, it says that unless management's plans for future actions mitigate their effects, the entity may be unable to realize its assets and discharge its liabilities. So as if it's telling me that in this case, this is if the management plans cannot alleviate those issues, then how can going concern basis be acceptable?
Okay. Amaro and Bill?
Thanks, Don. Actually, I'd just like to reinforce what was mentioned by Ido. And you were right, IAS 34 doesn't bring any of this because going concern is basically was in IAS 1 and now is in IAS 8. And in IAS 8, it's very clear that if no significant doubt about the ability to continue in a going concern, it's not really necessary to disclose. There is no requirement. Requirements is much more in the other end of the scenario where there are significant doubts, and then there are a lot of disclosure required. So, and referring to the suggestion to have such a flow chart, actually the IASB use flow charts in educational material. It's quite similar to what we could say we could actually use here, but just a reference.
Bill?
Well, firstly, I think the issues around 98A and 99A. I'm not sure if we got to a resolution there, and I'd welcome the team, if you feel like giving a comment now, we'll take it on board. A lesser important point is 99C refers to referring back if a material uncertainty still exists. Sorry. Yeah, if it still exists, that was in the annual report, but it doesn't. What if you're not the auditor? Should there be some? Are you referring back to a disclosure by another auditor? Whether is that worthy of some comment? I mean, this is going to come up all the time where the review is done for a first time or by a first time auditor. How do they deal with referring back to the previous annual report? Previous audit report, sorry.
So what would the issue be, Bill? Because that's a statement of fact. Well, the auditor's report is out. Whether
I just said, I'm not digging in on it. I just said, just give us some thought. Maybe should you say by another auditor, but effectively that's as far as I need to, yeah. It is fact, but it wasn't your decision, but you're signing this audit report. Okay, just.
Okay.
Not going to die in a ditch on that one.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I'm conscious you probably want to wrap this section up. I'm just, I guess, reflecting on the discussion about 98A and 99A, and there are some other paragraphs around that. To me, 98A is very different. That's just the close call situation out of 570. And we're just deciding to bring it into here. So to me, that's that. 99A is part of the connectivity with the audit question. You know, we talked about it earlier around the fraud thing, and we're now at the pointy end of the audit, and it's the connectivity between the interim review engagement and the audit in respect of going concern, but it's the connectivity point. And so we have to, I'm not sure we've got a clear principle in our mind about how far we go with connectivity through this standard, right through to reporting. But that's what we're hitting, it's what we're butting our head against here with 99A and the other ones around it. It's a connectivity, and how much do we put in this standard about the audit? And we're sort of floundering a bit because I don't think we have a framework or a principle, but Villy's got the answer, so I'll put my card down.
And hope that Villy's found a particle or the answer.
No, but I can offer the following. I think if we start with 98A, we have to remember that when we dealt with this in ISA 570, certain things were identified as akin to key audit matters. But we said, although they are by their nature key audit matters in 570, we are not going to deal with them as key audit matters. We're going to deal with them in the going concern section that was created by that standard. Now, remember, when we started this project, the board we all agreed that we should not have key audit matters in the case of an interim review. So where this now ends up is that in the context of this standard, this becomes more akin to emphasis of matter paragraphs, because it's about the disclosure that was made. So I take the point, and Ada, you described it very nicely in terms of, would it be in the public interest? Sure, it will be nice to know it was there last year, but it's not there anymore. However, the financial reporting framework may simply not require management to disclose anything. So if we are happy that 98A and 99A should be taken out, and we should refer to our existing mechanisms. And therefore, the auditor would judge, if I believe this is fundamental to users' understanding, it was disclosed in the financial statements, I want to refer to that. Yes, we would normally use an emphasis of matter, but I would caution against that because we've created the going concern section. And I would not like going concern things not to be in the going concern section. So even if we say, well, exercise your judgment, if you believe this is fundamental to users' understanding, I would still want them to do it in the going concern section and not in an emphasis of matter paragraph.
So, Villy, no, just is your suggestion to remove these paragraphs and replace it with something else to emphasize that it would, whatever mechanism we use would be in the context of the going concern section?
Or you can use because remember, an emphasis of matter paragraph is based on the auditor exercising judgment about what the auditor believes is fundamental to users' understanding. And if that matter that is fundamental to users' understanding is a going concern item, then you need to do the disclosure in the going concern section.
Right, but the practical implications, we'll have to draft something and replace.
Yes.
Right, that's. Neil's nodding strongly. So is the board happy for the team to pursue that option, removing 98A and 99B with 99A and 99, but 98A and 99A? This is what happens when you run overtime. And replacing it with something that would be like an emphasis and matter, but in the going concern section. Is that what we're agreeing on here? Greg?
I just come back, Tom, to I see they're quite different things. So I'm just unclear. So are we looking to take two paragraphs out that are quite different and replace them with a new something that will cover both situations, really?
Well, we'll have to look at the wording, but it might not necessarily deal with two different situations. It will say if anything else, if there's something disclosed, if nothing is covered by, if the item is not covered by what we have already, but there's disclosure about going concern and the auditor believes that this is fundamental to users' understanding, the auditor would then use the going concern section to draw users' attention to that.
So that could cover the close call situation in 98A, and it could also cover the connectivity point with this was in the last audit, but now it's gone away.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, I look forward to the wording.
Count Greg is an enthusiast about it and not skeptical at all about the future wording. Very confident that we'll pull this off. James.
Apologies if I've slightly misunderstood the conversation, but I thought the issue we're dealing with here is scenarios where management hadn't disclosed. So does that emphasis of matter approach help if there's still no disclosure?
Well, if there's no disclosure and they should have disclosed, then you're in any case going to end up with a qualification.
That's correct, and that hinges upon what we deem is appropriate disclosure in the context of going concern for interim review of financial information.
But going back, we can't go beyond the applicable financial framework, reporting framework.
Well, we do in 570.
I don't believe we do. But that's another question altogether. Any other comments on this? Now, what was a little concerning is that when we were saying that Greg was slightly skeptical, or at least maybe not so confident that we're going to pull this off, the team was sort of nodding their heads a little bit. But are you guys confident we can pull this off?
I'll say yes, mostly because the principle that Vidley is describing is what 98 big A and 99A are trying to do. And so I think if what the direction from the board is be less specific about the circumstances, so we made them conditional, on a number of things, namely disclosures were appropriate. And the whole section is really introduce a reference to the disclosure, which is akin to an emphasis of matter. But it was trying to tie it all up in a nice knot, saying, and also these are the other sentences to do with going concern that would apply in these circumstances. So I think I think we'll be okay. My one maybe question that we've not touched on specifically on this is that in 90 for the close call equivalent, we had limited it to the circumstances of publicly traded entities as a differential requirement, and we'd not done the same thing for 99A. And I'm just curious if we smush it, if there's any direction on that, whether this would be a differential matter or not.
In reality, in this instance, it may be a difference that doesn't have much implications, but it may be worth it for consistency standpoint for us to draft it that way. I don't know.
I think, Anna, let's take that away, because I think, if I remember, and Kalina, you can maybe help us, but in 570, the differential requirement is really about explaining how the auditor evaluated management's assessment, which we in any case do not have here. Yeah.
Okay. Good discussion there. And you could say, I'm highly confident in your ability to get the draft in right for us. And this will be another matter that comes back on Wednesday, almost certainly, right? Dan is less smiley at me right now. Okay. I think we're getting towards the end.
Very close. Yeah. Right, so the next section is 103A to 109. And this sort of deals with all those bits that come after the auditor's report. So the main areas here where we've made some changes in the emphasis of matter and other matter paragraphs, and about paragraph 105, we've split that into two paragraphs, one dealing with an emphasis of matter, one dealing with other matters. And then in the comparative information, responding to concerns at the previous meeting about whether we had an intentionally scoped out any comparative information that might be presented voluntarily. We've set the requirement in, I think is it 108, something like that, about paragraph 108, to obtain an understanding about the requirement for comparative information, and then the next requirement is, if it's presented, is it appropriately presented? So those are the significant changes in this area.
Okay. Comments on 103A to 109, A151A to A156. Jaya?
On comparative informations, these two paragraphs are very brief. They don't deal with the matters in 710 about difference between comparative financial statements and the corresponding figures, their implication on auditor's report, and when the previous financial statements were audited or not, whether the opinion was qualified or not. All those things were not here. So I'm wondering, why is such a shortcut, for comparative informations? And another is, because we do come across situations where the comparative information were neither audited or reviewed. How do we address that in the auditor's, the interim review report? I still have this question. Thank you.
Ada?
So my comments also on a comparative information, and it's and it made me wonder, particularly in 109, where the auditor shall determine whether the comparative information is appropriately presented, whether that's not sitting closer to a reasonable assurance work effort than inquiries, and should maybe comparative information not sit earlier in the standard, because you need to consider that before you conclude, as well as the geography. It looks a little bit odd, and I wonder to what extent some of this can be folded into paragraph 41, for example, or maybe it's already covered by 41 implicitly, and then we can sort of build upon it either in 40 or in 42. That's the, so that it felt a little bit odd here. Thank you.
Any other comments on 103A to 109? Okay, that means people are happy generally with the drafting. Okay, good. Next.
Right, moving on to the next section, 110 to 114 and A159 to A161, dealing with documentation. I think the only change we've made here is in 110A, we've added a paragraph that if the auditor identified information that's inconsistent with the auditor's final conclusion, then document how the auditor addressed that inconsistency.
Okay. Comments on 110 to 114? It means people are happy with the drafted? Great. I think that was the only section we got that response. Okay, back to you guys.
Okay, so the last thing was just obviously we had a number of items identified in our issues paper to do with matters to do with the exposure period. And the last two questions then that we had for the board's consideration here was whether there was anything that we'd not identified for inclusion in the explanatory memorandum, whether we needed to add it, and anything else in general that you may not have shared already. The one matter, if I just go back one point, to maybe highlight was one of the changes from the project proposal timeline was the proposed timeline for exposure of the exposure draft, and that was going to be rather than, well, it was proposed as 90 days, and maybe Villy is nodding at me, so I may let Villy pick that up, and then that was the only matter I wanted to draw to your attention.
Yeah, and that's fine. All those matters that are addressed in the issues paper under the due process heading, we will deal with in the approvals meeting, approval session.
Okay. So any input on appendix 2 of agenda item 2 regarding the explanatory memorandum? There's a couple of issues that I haven't cross-referenced since the last time I read the paper, since this discussion. Obviously, the issues where we spent some time today should get some discussion in the explanatory memorandum and some ability to pull things out. Bill?
Just to ask Villy to explain why we're holding off for a couple of months. Should we approve this week, we're not issuing it until May.
Yeah, and that has all to do with, remember, we agreed with ethics at the end of last year when we discussed the strategy and work plan, that we will stagger the consultations in terms of between the two boards, in terms of when a consultation goes out, when it closes, in terms of being mindful of what is in the market at certain stages. So it was just a product of that exercise that Ken and I went through.
Billy, just remind me, when we update our materials, which we will, it's not as if when we approve, hopefully on Thursday, the updated ED will be available for public consumption, right?
The approved text will immediately appear on our website, and then we go through a process of cleaning it up, renumbering the entire standard, getting it ready. And Bill, maybe just back to your point, even if we did not wait until, I think it is May 6th, if I remember correctly, it would have been in the second half of April. So there's not a big difference between how many weeks would have, because that's just the time it takes to clean up the standard, to finalize the EM, circulate the EM to the board. So it's not as big of a difference. It might be 2 or 3 weeks.
And just to add to that, we'll go with a 120-day exposure period as well. So it's a fair time before it. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So Tom, if you want me to deal with that now, that's fine. So remember, initially in the project proposal, we had 90 days. As we were developing the standard and as everything came together, we just thought in terms of the nature. Remember, we are updating, from moving from extant to where we are now. We are clarifying a standard at the same time as revising it with most recent thinking on a number of topics. And we, as a team, we just thought that 90 days is not going to cut it. We need that additional exposure period. And that has, in essence, resulted in the fact that the approval moves out by 3 months. Because so that's the only thing. It's because of the 90 to 120 days, you lose a board meeting. We still have the same amount of time after exposure, basically 3 meetings to get to approval.
Okay. Amara?
Thanks, Tom. With reference to the topics on the explanatory memorandum, I don't know if we do that, so sorry. But it might be, because we discussed it at length, the question of going concern and the interaction with the requirements and the IAS 8, it might be appropriate to have 1 or 2 paragraphs reconciling the concepts here.
I think we'll spend a bit of time on going concern related matters in the explanatory memorandum. Akiko?
Thank you, Tom. Can I make a comment on question 3? Okay, thank you. I have a comment on paragraph 25 of the agenda. Yes, and I agree that these 3 groups mentioned here are the most affected stakeholders, which are users, jurisdictional standard setters, and practitioners, as it's stated in project proposal. But as I noted during the proposal stage, I think you remember, I would like to reiterate the importance of listening to preparers during the exposure draft process, because in many jurisdictions where all the interim reviews are not mandatory, so it's the preparers who decide whether to obtain assurance based on users' needs. Therefore, their perspectives are essential to ensuring the revised standard is practical and widely adopted in those voluntary environments as well. So this is also very important for us. So yeah, this is one point. And the other point is, thank you so much for incorporating that. So you will discuss this in the user advisory group. It's very important. And in doing so, I think we should keep in mind that interim review plays a critical role, not only for investors, but also in the context of bond issuance, which can come in the interim period. So if necessary, I suggest we consider additional outreach to capture specific needs in the debt market to ensure the standard remains robust across different financial instruments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Robert?
Just one addition to the explanatory memorandum, and with respect to question 2, I think we discussed this afternoon the issue about review opinion in the context of fair presentation framework and condensed financial statements, and this should be included also in the explanatory memorandum, just to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. I guess, Robert, my own question is, are we asking people for their opinion about that, or in the context of our actual standard?
I guess we will receive opinions and from stakeholders.
But we're not asking people to interpret the financial reporting framework here. I think
No,
that's
no.
that's the one clarification I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
make
yeah.
sure that
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
very,
yeah.
I don't want our ED to be a discussion of, say, IFRS in this context. I want to make sure that our framework sticks to our mandate. I mean, our exposure graphic sticks to our mandate. But that's what your suggestion. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything more from the team?
No reactions to any of this. This all makes sense. Apologies for going over substantially, but thank you very much for all of the input. We sort of shared a brief timeline on the slide just to give you an indication. Obviously, we do have a number of matters for discussion on Wednesday, so we'll bring those back then.
And we'll probably receive those sometime late afternoon tomorrow, right? Okay, great. Before we turn to a break, I'm going to ask Dave if any observations from the PIOB.
Thanks, Tom, and I'll be very quick. I really appreciate the robust discussion that we've had today on the topics around ISRE, and let me just say, with respect to the public interest issues that have been mentioned in our report, I think you've talked a lot about fraud, going concern, and the group considerations, and the changes that you've made are appropriate. So I look forward, along with the rest of you, to see the updated draft later this week.
Okay, great. And if you look at the screen, you really get a precise timetable of when everything is going to be out. So we'll hold you to it right now. Yes. 16:30 on Wednesday. Set my watch by it. Great. Great discussion all. Thank you for that. We did go a little bit over, but since we're bringing this out to ED, it's really important that we get this right. What we'll do is we'll take a break to 4, since we're going to move the session from 4 to 5:30, so we'll keep an hour and a half. We're due to break relatively early today anyway, so 5:30 we'll close today. And enjoy your break. See you in about 25 minutes.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Okay, can we get seated, please? Okay, everyone, please get. First of all, thank you, Sammy, for sticking with us. It's getting late. Okay, we're gonna turn it over to the team. Angelo, Isabel, Sachka, Ida, great to see you at the table. We're gonna turn it over to the team. We're gonna talk about our approach to addressing technology-related matters. We talked a lot about what's our general framework for deciding how we're going to act and where we're going to address issues and why we're going to address issues. The last meeting, and then we'll see how far we get to it, and then we'll talk about our specific approach. We'll apply this approach to the QM related technology matters. So it's sort of broken into two parts. Just how important this first part is in our conversations with the PIOB, IAASB C1 and others, this has gotten a lot of attention and support for having a transparent way of how we're considering issues, how we're determining whether authoritative versus non-authoritative approach. And I hope this will be helpful and provide necessary transparency to the marketplace. So I look forward to this discussion today. So Angelo, I'm going to hand it over to you right now.
All right. Well, thank you, Tom. And hello, everybody. If your energy levels are like me, they're waning at this time, but I'm sure that the conversation is going to get very energetic. So I've been looking forward to this. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. When I'm saying please to myself, I'm actually advancing it. So here's the team. Yeah, thanks, Tom. Here's the team that is responsible for supporting the board's technology initiatives. It has expanded since December. Ida and Megan continue to do great work, of course. Isabel and Fadi have now joined the team. Sachiko has also joined the team in her capacity in a part-time capacity as a senior advisor. Ado and Nancy have been incredibly supportive at progressing the quality management work stream in their capacity as project board members on the quality management work stream, but they've also contributed perspectives more broadly, including to the proposed approach that we're going to be talking about today. We have biweekly meetings with the PBMs, project board members, but also with their TAs, and I want to call them out. Svetlana and Jamie have been very generous with their times and perspectives, so really appreciate that. And finally, as you might suspect, Tom and Willie have been quite actively involved in progressing this initiative. So thank you to them. We also had quarterly meetings with the Technology Consultation Group and with the Technology Advisory Network. You might recall the Technology Advisory Network is that grouping of JSS members that put their hand up that wanted to partner with us in terms of tracking and monitoring the technology landscape. So we meet with them quarterly and we have a fantastic meeting with them. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Here's the agenda. As Tom mentioned, we've got 2 documents on the docket for the board. The first one has to do with the process, and the other one has to do with the process, which is the board's process to identifying, evaluating, and addressing technology-related matters. And then that second document that's on the docket is the action plan to develop non-authoritative materials. This mic, how's the quality coming through? It sounds really choppy to me. Is it coming through okay? Wonderful. It's all in my head. All right, we're gonna get to let's get to that first document first, which is the approach. All right, Tom talked a little bit about PIOB and a little bit about the conversations he's having with them. I want to just take us back on why this approach surfaced. What was the genesis, the catalyst? The board met in December to consider the introduction of an appendix to propose ISA 500. And the board might recall that it wanted a clearer and more consistent basis for determining when something is best addressed through standards and when something is maybe better addressed through non-authoritative materials. And the board asked staff to develop this proposed approach and to bring it back to the March meeting. So that's where we're at in terms of context. And it's really intended to give more transparency to our stakeholders, but also introduce additional discipline and rigor to the board's own determinations. And that's going to be more transparent to our stakeholders. In terms of what? In terms of how things are, again, identified, evaluated, and tracked through the catalog, and how the board determines its preliminary actions. And I thought it might be useful to kind of position what and this is really the board's catalog process, right? The board has had this process for a while, and really it was important, I think, to situate where the catalog sits in the technology position. So that first component of the technology position is the statement. You'll remember that it has a commitment in it, and it has 8 guiding actions that are all aspirational in terms of the board's posture as it comes to technology. And then you've got that second component, which operationalizes this technology position statement, whereas the catalog resides. And then you've got component 3, which is this monitoring activity that the board does. And why does it monitor? It monitors because you want to make sure that its position always remains well calibrated to the evolving landscape, which is evolving quite quickly. Okay. This slide is really, it explains what the IAASB means by technology-related matters. Now, this can get a little nuanced. I want to spend just a little bit of time on this. I'm not going to do a lot of talking, by the way. We're going to get to the discussion quickly. I thought it was important to tease out a couple of things just to draw out a good discussion. These are matters that are within the IAASB's remit that affect or have the potential to affect the consistent or effective application of the IAASB standards, but also those matters that arise out of operationalizing the technology position. Now, those are not necessarily the same thing. One is challenges or issues to the effective or consistent application of the standards, and then there's the other stuff, and I'm going to explain that to you in a second. So these fall into 4 categories, as you see depicted on the slide. The first has to do with technology used by entities. The second has to do with technology used by practitioners. Third is the interaction between technology used by the entity and technology used by the practitioner. And then fourth, you have that bucket on operationalizing the technology position. Now, I want to make this more concrete just to kind of like bring this point home, because I think it's kind of important. And there were some questions that came in offline, and I think this might be useful at insert and to address some of those. When an entity uses advanced tech in its external reporting, that may create challenges for in terms of the effective or consistent application of the IAASB standards, insofar as, for example, the use by entities of advanced tech could give rise to challenges for the practitioner in understanding those systems, identifying the related risks, and responding to those risks. At the same time, practitioner use of technological tools may also raise questions about the standards and how they apply in practice. And then sometimes the matter sits in the interaction between the two. And I've got a really good example here that you've seen in the catalog. But when an entity uses blockchain technology, for example, which is a technology, they use this technology to record their assets. They're using a blockchain, a distributed ledger. The practitioner needs to use technology to navigate the distributed ledger. It's not something you can eyeball. So that's where the interaction between an entity using technology and the practitioner comes into focus. That's one of several examples possibly. And finally, that fourth bucket, I think, deserves a little bit of attention. I'm going to explain this one. These are not necessarily matters that affect the consistent or effective application of the standards. These are matters that are more aspirational in nature, and they emerge out of the work the IAASB is doing on the technology position. You'll recall the 8 guiding actions have things like aligning with the ethical principles and the standards. Another one is to balance the messaging between the benefits and the challenges associated with using tech. Now, note that these are not necessarily challenges insofar as consistent or effective application, but they are things that the board wants to do. And in that regard, they should be tracked on the catalog, and that's why they're called matters. Hopefully that was helpful, but we can come back to that during the discussion period. Now, the bottom part of that slide lays out the different channels that we can learn about these matters. One of them is through formal consultations, for example, on an exposure draft to certain standards or on the board's strategy and work plan. That's where you could learn about matters. Or we can learn about it through general outreach and all those other things that are listed on the slide. Now, the key governance point here that Willie will appreciate me making, so I should make it, is that inclusion of a matter on the catalog does not and the possible action, it does not necessarily bind the board or commit the board. It is a preliminary decision, a preliminary direction on possible actions. Any final decision by the board to move into a standard setting project or work or a non-authoritative materials development project or work stream will be a work plan decision. And that's balanced with priorities, capacity, and resources. And this slide is really the core decision lens in the approach. The proposed approach contains a set of qualitative considerations, as you all know, that help the board judge whether a technology-related matter is best addressed through standard setting, the development of NAM, or some combination of the two. The considerations include things like, I'm not going to read them all, whether there's already an expectation, for example, for standard setting. There's instances where it's clear that the board is being asked for standard setting. And in that case, the board may decide to do standard setting. Another one is where authoritative material is critical to the consistent or effective application of the standards, which in that case supports standard setting. Another one would be where guidance in the application material or appendices, although being principles-based, may quickly become outdated. That may point to NAM. And I use NAM as shorthand, so please forgive me for non-authoritative materials. That's a mouthful. And then whether the standards themselves are sound, being the principles in the standards are sound, but they're difficult to apply in practice. That may point to NAM as the appropriate implementation support mechanism. And this is the point that Tom would want me to make, so maybe I'll make it. A key point that's in the paper is that this is not a science. These are qualitative considerations. They're all considered holistically. They obviously, the board's going to have judgment involved in any determination here. These will help that determination, but it's certainly not a mechanical exercise. And it's going to be based on the nature of the issue, the evidence, and public interest considerations. Okay, and this slide explains in the proposed approach once your determination is that the board's going to be doing NAM, much like what we're doing for the QM action plan, which we'll be discussing later. What is that development process for the NAM once the determination is that it's NAM? The proposal that we've tabled for you for this meeting is that the NAM generally take the form of guides. And what are guides? Guides they're described in the framework for activities for those of you that are keeping track. They're described as non-authoritative documents. Those are otherwise known as guides. And guides are very attractive for technology-related matters because they are more flexible than a practice note. They're also more accessible and they've got less technical jargon associated with it, and they give more opportunities for contextual explanation and practical illustration, while always recognizing that they're going to be tied and anchored to the standards. That is a key point. And the second critical point here is that what we're also proposing here is that the guides follow a Channel 4 process. And this board members will recall that the IAASB's framework for activities has 4 channels when you're developing NAM, each with progressively more board involvement and formality. Channel 4 is the most board involvement and the most formality associated, with the greatest degree of board oversight and formal approval by the board in public session. So that's the Channel 4 that we're proposing here. In addition, the development, as you can see, is going to be supported by project board members, Ado and Nancy for the quality management work stream, possibly others, and where appropriate, an expert group. The role of the expert group, we also got questions on this. I thought I'd maybe just tackle it really quickly. This is going to be a very hands-on group. That's the plan, a very hands-on. This is not a discussion forum. It's going to be a hands-on development group that's going to be providing expertise and support on developing the guides, while also recognizing that ultimate accountability, as you might imagine, remains with the board. And approval of the final guides, of course, remains with the board. I know that that's obvious, but it's worth reiterating. Also critically here, the heightened board involvement is actually a very responsive response to what we heard during the quality management roundtables. Stakeholders emphasize that although non-authoritative guidance remains the most appropriate response by the board to this evolving and fast-moving technology landscape, because the non-authoritative guidance is likely going to be influencing practice to some good degree, the NAM development process should demonstrate rigor, transparency, and visible board accountability. And that's how we land on a Channel 4 mechanism as a default for the guides. Now, at the bottom of the slide, you'll see that there's some flexibility here, that there are potentially other alternative forms of NAM are still possible to, for example, supplement the guides. And some of these may follow alternative channels of clearance. So not necessarily a Channel 4, but these are, I would not say that these are the feature of the NAM. They're more supplemental in nature. Okay, thank you for your indulgence as I got through some of that. Tom, I propose that we take these questions together, and I'll just mention what they are really quickly. So number one, does the approach clearly describe how technology-related matters are identified, included, and tracked in the catalog? That's your first question. Second one is, do the qualitative considerations outlined in paragraph 31 of the approach document provide an appropriate basis for the board to apply its judgment to whether a matter is best addressed through standard setting or non-authoritative materials? And then that last question is, does the board agree with the proposed tailored approach insofar as NAM is concerned, which is, again, enhanced board involvement through a Channel 4 process and the use of guides? Tom, though that's the end of my opening remarks, I can send it back to you.
Yeah, maybe I'm going to use a little bit of the chair's prerogative here, and I just want to make sure we go through this stuff one by one, because maybe people will be fine. And at least by section in the paper, I think will clear parts. And then like to some extent, the final section is the so what, but maybe do people think that's okay? So if you talk about agenda paper 3As, which we're on right now, and we go to the section, which is the technology catalog process, which effectively all we're doing here, this is basically question A, is writing down what we've been doing. And I think when we think about that, we'll get a question of, is this an accurate reflection of what we're doing today? And is this helpful? As it talks about the catalog, like how are we gathering issues? Any comments on section 1 of the paper? It goes up to paragraph 17, first 3.5 pages of the paper. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a given. I'm just trying to narrow things that we're doing. We've summarized exactly what we said we were doing. So really then we get to the heart of it. B is like, okay, does this paper describe a basis for how we filter from standard setting to non-authoritative material of issues done in the catalog, identified in the catalog. So this is any comments on this? This actually includes section 3 a little bit. So okay, Jayu, then Christelle.
Thank you too. I have a question on page 5, paragraph 21, when we talk about an ABC. I'm just wondering, whether the current catalog, the themes and the matters discussed or included in the current catalog are actually grouped or could be grouped into those 3 categories. Thank you.
Okay, Christelle.
Thank you. Very good paper. Congratulations for the team. To go further, I don't know if it's exactly 1A, so I take the floor, but I have a general comment. So to go further, I think it may be helpful to add more details to clarify first how the technology catalog will be maintained over time, including the expected frequency of updates. Second, what role the board will play in providing input to and oversight of the catalog. For example, how and when the board discusses and approves significant changes. And third, how the board will decide how a topic should be addressed. In addition, this process could be included in a revised version of the October 2024 technology position. Thank you.
Okay. So one of the questions I think you raised, and maybe we could address this quickly, is you were looking, as I understand, a match between 21A, B, and C to a catalog. Is that correct? My sense is that in fact, to some extent, it's a matrix. It could apply to some or all of it, right?
I haven't done this process by myself, but in my memory, what with those themes currently within the catalog, I just wondering, whether they can put into those 3 buckets, or some of them actually are out of them. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe Tom, I can lend some insight here. The catalog already has a theme that deals with entity use of technology. So certainly we can have a look at that. We can have a look at to see if our current structure is the most useful to the board. But we've attempted to do that already. But let's have another look at that for sure. Thank you for the comment.
And Christelle, one of your comments about how it's updated and et cetera, paragraph 14 of the paper does address it. Are you seeking more specificity? Okay, just a little bit more about our process for updating. Okay, that's useful clarification. Makiko?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the team for summarizing all our discussion in the previous board meetings and also all the roundtables. Thank you so much. So I have one question on paragraph 18. So what I thought is the technology project, including catalog, was intended to cover only audit of financial statements, if my understanding correct. But looking at the current description of paragraph 18, it appears that other assurance engagement are now included in the scope. So has there been a change in policy? So if so, I agree with that because I personally believe it's positive move to include other assurance engagement. And as previously mentioned, sustainability assurance may require access to information beyond the reporting system where companies start to use advanced technologies such as AI. So since the nature of information handled in sustainability is more diverse than in financial statement audit, and often includes information that is sensitive not only to the entity but also individuals, I believe it's better to take these factors into consideration from now on. But I just wanted to clarify that here for the public record whether the scope has been changed and its background, if any. Thank you.
Yeah, Mikiko, I think it's great for you to point that out because in fact that was a change and in fact it's worth flagging for the board to get your input. Mikiko's quite right. The original intent, you'll remember, the first catalog was a gap analysis. Well, there was a gap analysis done on 5 standards. The catalog was subsequently expanded to include the ISAs and the quality management standards. And as we talked about this, if the catalog is to serve the function as the board's central repository for anything that affects the consistent or effective application of its standards, it would seem intuitive or logical or organic to have that broaden out to all of the IAASB standards. For those that are keeping track, there's a footnote, and Willie can weigh in on this because his knowledge of the standards is by leaps and bounds greater than mine. But I think what's missing there is very, very narrow engagements. I think it's compilation engagements that are missing, but it's essentially the universe of our standards. But Willie, please, I would love for you to weigh in.
No, I think we deliberately limited it to audit and assurance engagements. The one that is actually missing is the ISA for LCE, but we can just add that in the footnote. No, I think we missed it.
Dave?
Thanks, Tom. And Angela, thanks for the presentation and to the group, thanks for these papers. I think it was useful to me to read these papers. I know there have been a couple of references to PIOB comments in the past, and certainly using the Channel 4 approach that involves the board's approval, I think is a positive development. I didn't see any reference to applying the public interest framework or maybe there was one reference to it, but it had to do with standard setting, which obviously the NAMs are not part of. And if there's a way to incorporate that in the process of the development of the NAMs, I think that would be useful. But I think at least what's described there makes sense to me, certainly. Thanks.
Thank you. And just to note, one of the reasons we've done this is some of our interaction with the PIOB, but the path for the public interest framework applies regardless to all of our activities, I believe, that at the IAASB. Bill?
The point I'd like to raise may be more appropriate in the next bit when we talk about standards versus non-authoritative materials. But it struck me when I read the PIOB public interest issues, you raised public interest in there, and you also raised the concern about non-authoritative material not going through the due process. And I sit here, and I've said this many times, I am more concerned about timeliness of some of this. And there's not a day goes past I don't hear about AI. And so, I mean, and you make the comment yourself in here that technology can be outdated very quickly. And so I'm trying to balance the requirement for public interest and due process with being out there in the market and helping practitioners, even the larger firms, with what is required with respect to standard setting. Now, again, it almost comes back to a much higher conversation we have about where do we want to sit as being a thought leader. I do think our standards are thought leadership, and we want to be, as we have shown with sustainability, to be the leading standard setter internationally. But I do think technology is something we've got to move a lot more quickly to remain in that position. But so, as I say, I don't know if this is the right time to discuss it, but I don't want to sit here as we go through and with all due respect, worrying about the categories we have in our catalogue as distinct from some more of the urgent matters required.
Okay, so Bill, in fact, we are actually on the discussion of standard setting or non-authoritative materials. What we were trying to do was give a sense of non-authoritative materials is probably a more responsive and agile approach, but we are going to follow some robust process, which then would have addressed some of the PIOB related concerns. Like, I think the PIOB and others have raised this question is like, what's the due process around non-authoritative material? And obviously there's more transparency and review at this board table based upon what channel we're in, which was at least the logic of what we were trying to go through here without having to do a 90 to 120 day exposure period. Dave?
Well, I just want to acknowledge what you said, Bill, and I think the concern about due process is if we move, and this is not just on technology, if we just move in general toward NAM and don't involve the public in the process of determining guidance, that's probably not a healthy way to go. Having said that, for all of the reasons that have already been laid out, this is an area that's rapidly changing. Frankly, standard setting around a particular technology is probably not a great investment in a lot of cases because the technologies will change so quickly. And there may be some technologies that as you go through this process, and I'm thinking of things like generative AI and predictive AI, if that's being used by preparers and auditors, that's going to be a lot more difficult, but it's also going to be really important at some point to have some good standards around that. That we've given the chance to all kinds of stakeholders to have input in. So I think Angelo made the comment early on that even in deciding this, it's an art, not a science, but that doesn't mean there isn't a lot of intelligent thought that goes into that. And I agree with you there. You've got to balance speed with that due process element.
May I respond to that, Tom? And again, it's hard to articulate sometimes, but I absolutely agree regarding standards. Standards are something which are going to set, maintain the public trust in audits. That's so they've got to be carefully and properly appointed. I'm probably moving into other areas. It might not even be the domain of the IAASB. I am talking about helping our practitioners out there who don't know what to do and how to use some of this technology. And it's not requiring them to step up to a standard that will be globally consistent. It's about helping them use a tool so that the audits improve in quality and in fact aren't deficient in quality because of the risks that go with it. So maybe it's outside our space, and I just wanted to get that clarity about that. That's maybe someone else's role to be the thought leader in all of that sort of guidance. But I just see us as being right in the middle of it.
Yeah, I just think from our standpoint, though, I think we're almost violently agreeing with each other here that we just wanted to give people a sense of when we would choose a clarity around when we would choose actual standard setting versus non-authoritative materials. And then hopefully when we get to question C, in fact, it's basically going into the world that you are describing, that we have a logical basis for it. And I hope that's what this paper conveys to people. But we're not just retrofitting to our approach, that there is a thought process that's going here and then a logic to how much review that this requires at the board level. Edo?
Yeah, and I raised my 10th card because it's discussion because of the discussions I had last week with my outreach, and there's a number of firms that believe that we're not going quick enough as it is. To some extent, parts of the profession have moved on beyond that already and are operating beyond the guidance that we're now contemplating. I also and even wondering whether the due process we're building around this isn't going to slow us down sufficiently to be useful. On the other hand, it's not the bigger firms I'm worried about. It is more the smaller firms I'm worried about and how they deploy technology in the context of our standards. And I think, and my personal view is that we got it right here because we are trying to move as quickly as possible with the highest level of due process that we can build around NAM. And and I'm comfortable with that. I recognize clearly the PIOB's concerns, but I think this is a balanced approach to weigh those different factors up, as well as the many different types of practitioners that will benefit from our guidance. So that's I thought this would be a nice way to bring this in. Thank you.
Okay. So a couple things I just want to clarify before we move to the section 4 in this paper is that people are implicitly supportive of the qualitative characteristics that are in this paper. Okay, James, I note your chart. And then secondly, that we're effectively targeting the considerations right here, and that it leads us to a balanced approach. And that's what I took from Dave's comments, is that the PIOB thinks it's a reasonably balanced approach, but obviously they don't want us to default to non-authoritative materials every time as a way to avoid due process. James.
Yeah, I just had a couple of thoughts about the characteristics. It's probably more framing and presentation than anything else, but C talks about whether there's a need for specific and detailed technology-related guidance that may quickly become outdated, in which case non-authoritative material may be appropriate. So I suppose the question is, if it's going to become outdated so quickly, why do we devote resource to it at all? That would be my response to that criteria. D talks about the maturity and stability of the technology. And we've all spent the last 3-4 years being told that everything changes every 6 months. So I guess it's just being a bit careful about what our expectations around maturity and stability of the technology are. I think as well, F for me was just ever so slightly triggering, having had a lot of discussions over the years about barriers existing in the ICEs to prevent the application of technology and never really getting down to the specificity of what that is. So I just think that piece where you're talking about technology that could enhance audit quality is absolutely critical, because actually it could be that the standard is right and the technology is wrong. And I think we've just got to leave ourselves open to that possibility.
Okay. Just to, maybe the way we deal with your C and D comments, actually, they're almost the same topic in some ways, and by combining them about maturity, we could not raise the questions of rationale of addressing it at all. And F, I didn't take that we should be sensitive to it, but it's not demanding any change. Okay. Any other comments on this? So people are generally supportive of the approach? That's very good, which leads us to the punchline, section 4. Mikiko, is this on section 2 and 3, or is
Yes, section 3.
okay?
Okay, thank you. So yes, I have a comment on paragraph 30. So it says there is no black line between technology-related matters between standard setting and non-authoritative guidance. And through my outreach, I received a comment from stakeholders regarding this because there is a concern that the phrasing gives the wrong impression that there is no clear distinction between standard and non-authoritative materials as an output. So I believe this this sentence is saying about the deliberation process, but it remains misleading for stakeholders. So maybe, yeah, I just like to clarify here. It's not about the output, because at the output, it's really different. So if it's non-authoritative, they don't need to. It's not a standard. So is this if that is correct? Maybe we need to revise the sentence. Thank you.
Okay, what we're really trying to say that there's no bright line between the choice of the IAASB to choose between standard setting and issues best addressed. Though we could, and maybe this is one of those issues when you're speaking to people out that don't use English as an idiomatically, that it could be easily misunderstood. So we will adjust that. Okay. So are we ready to, Jaya?
Thank you, Tom. A few comments. I think I raised it in the TCG meeting is in terms of when you choose between standard setting and the NAM, wouldn't that be a general set of principle to be applied in all circumstances, not only in technology related matters? So I'm asking is, that's my question. I mean, going forward, are we going to use this same set of considerations or principles for other subject matters? Secondly, my understanding is that development of NAM doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of we going for standard setting in the future. Maybe along the way, we might, things may change in the next 2 years, and we might come up with, new thoughts and new decisions. So I think when you say choose between, maybe we have option 3 is NAM first and the standard follows. And a small comment on those considerations in paragraph 31. It's little b. This consideration sounds rather like a conclusion instead of a consideration. Thank you.
James?
I think we're just touching on a narrative or a message point that I think is important, especially for our stakeholders. At least I view it. NAM is not an alternative or substitute to standard setting when standard setting is needed. So that absolutely has to be clear. I think the point is it's not always clear whether standard setting is needed. So you need to do that. But once the board is very clear on that, we do not swap that out for NAM. And that has to be a very important message. I think that gets us into standard setting and it gets us into PIF, it gets into due process. But
let's never muddy that this is not a substitute or an alternative to standard setting. Thanks.
Nor are the choices mutually exclusive, as Jayu says. So, okay, I think we've hit this topic hard. In terms of Jayu, I think the qualitative characteristics would be similar in pretty much all considerations. We just tailored these for technology, so I don't want it to, like, we would have to, let's say it was on some other topic, we would have to consider it, but I think it would be broadly consistent of whether we go into non-authoritative materials or standard setting on any topic. We just try to tailor it for the technology focus. And we could even footnote something like that on in our approach if it seems appropriate. Okay, let's go to the final section. This is the so what as it relates to this topic. Developing non-authoritative material. This goes to the proposed tailored approach development process. It's really section 4 of this paper. Neil.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks to the team for putting this together. Just the one comment I had on 4.4 was that it's IAASB led. It's very focused on us building it out. It does have us referring into the expert groups. I feel there could be an opportunity to partner here in the development. And there are standard setters, regulators that are actually in a unique position where they're engaging with firms, they're seeing what's going on. They also are standard setters. And I think they'd be able to really help us accelerate. I've seen a few publications coming out of these bodies, which I think would be, good for us to leverage and work with. So like a bit of a partnership opportunity with those types of organizations, regulators, standard setters that are closer to the actual activity on the ground.
Okay. Anyone else? Is this by lack of hands? People are in support of the proposed tailored approach and development process.
So I have a lot of sympathy for Neil's point. I think we make it hard on ourselves here to want any guidance to be under the auspice of the IAASB. I also see partnership as a probably a means to get more agility in this area. There's a specific exclusion in here that we wouldn't deal with specific technology, but I'm wondering whether it's useful to preclude ourselves upfront for it. We don't know what's going to be out there, and then maybe at some point it may be necessary, and that may be in a different form, in an alert or so. Overall, this is of course process, and we talk a little bit about the delivery mechanism. You've referred to the technology side, and I think that's good enough for now. I think later on we may need to think about how this is going to be presented there to make a useful entry gateway for practitioners to find where technology in respect of different phases of the audit or elements of the audit could be grouped. We don't have enough yet to start filling up the pieces of the puzzle, but that's something, and you don't need to be specific for me on it in the document. This sets the direction, and that is fine. Thank you.
Wendy?
So I have some sympathy for Neil and Edo's comments. The process is fine. The papers were fine. I think the major feedback that I got is a need for speed. And I don't really have a suggestion on how to make that happen. But maybe Neil's suggestion about partnering with others would accomplish that. And like Edo, I don't, if the Big Four has done their own stuff, that's great, but there's a whole other population after that, and they're the ones who really need it, and they're the ones who are sort of anxious with the process. And how could it be sped up?
So maybe we could be more explicit, but one of the things we've talked about is if there's guidance that already exists in the marketplace, use that as a starting point. And so that's one thing. Like, I think we shouldn't over specify, but like whatever we can do for speed, I don't think there's going to be skepticism about our ability to produce quickly until we actually produce. And that's to some extent why we need to get past this process document right now, so we could get to an actual action plan, which is our next discussion from it. But I get that people don't think, but people didn't think we were going to produce 5,000 in time, and we produced it in advance of our original schedule. So we're going to do it because we have to. We have no choice as a standard setting board. But until we actually start producing something, people will be skeptical. Billy?
Yeah, maybe just to add on, and I know partnerships have been mentioned a few times, and I certainly think we're open to that. I think in this instance, if we can get help, and especially from the right technical people around a particular topic, that would be very, very welcome. I think the other thing we just need to keep in mind is that we have, because of the attention to this topic area, the potential impact on practice, because of the need for transparency and the board taking ownership of that, that partnership will really come down to resource. It's a resource to us. It will not circumvent the process in 4.4, because the 4.4 process says the board still takes ownership of the guide or whatever material we're going to develop, which means it still has to come to the board for discussion. So I don't necessarily, I'm all open for partnerships, but don't necessarily think a partnership is going to reduce the timeline, because the process is for it to come to the board, deliberate it, approve it. So it will still have to go through that process.
However, I think what we'll do is we'll try to take the most efficient course to get something out. I think that's the principle, right? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just like on 5,000, we didn't reinvent the wheel. We started with good materials that already existed. Okay, so the board is supportive of the proposed approach, development process. A little bit of emphasis on if we could add some language about choosing the potentially not reinventing the wheel, choosing existing materials where relevant, try to build off that, getting things out as quickly as possible. That will be even more helpful. Any reaction, Angelo, before we go to the next topic?
No, really good discussion. So if any, James, for example, if you've got some proposed wording that you'd like to pass along, please do that. I know you'd mentioned that, but that'd be very helpful. And great discussion.
Okay, should we move on to the next paper?
We may be done today.
Oh,
let's see what happens.
It's okay, based upon what I've heard about some of the comments on the 500 series proposal. We may need some more time tomorrow.
Awesome. All right, let's turn our attention now to the action plan. Now, I wanted to take us back again to the catalyst for this. Sorry, not the catalyst for this. What the board decided in December. The board considered the feedback that we had heard from 8 global roundtables, and let's revisit what that feedback said. Essentially, what we heard prominently across all of our roundtables is that the principles and the quality management standards remain resilient to the unending advancement and speed of advancement of technology, but that additional support in the form of NAM would be helpful to support the consistent and effective application of those principles to technological tools that are enabled by Gen AI. So the board asks us to bring this action plan. So this is what we're going to talk about. And this action plan, including objectives, topic coverage, and so on and so forth. And you've read the paper, so I won't get into that so much. And why don't we get into this slide? So as the, based on the approach, as the decision here is to develop NAM, obviously, based on that decision, the proposal is that we develop guides, and those guides be formally, that the board have oversight over the development of those through a Channel 4 process and approval of those guides. Specifically, the action plan proposes a series of guides organized using a layering approach, which you will recall from the December paper was an approach that was brought to the board for consideration. And that layering approach analogizes well to the technology stack. You will have seen this word circulating a lot. Companies have a technology stack. And at that foundational layer, this is where Guide 1 would probably tackle. It's that onboarding of third-party LLMs, Gen AI, and other kinds of things that are developed by third parties. That's that foundational layer. You'll recall, and this is important for us to kind of like just resurface this, the firms are not developing foundational Gen AI LLMs. That's an incredibly capital-intensive exercise that requires a very particular skill set that the firms surely have, but that's not consistent with their general business model. So what they do is they attain access to those foundational models. Think Anthropic, think OpenAI, think about co-pilots of the world. All of that stuff is developed by third parties. And they're typically, and I say typically because there are exceptions, but they're typically accessed through cloud arrangements with cloud providers like Azure and others. So Guide 1 would speak to what does that onboarding look like? And just to kind of go back a little bit to what we talked about in December. Why is this challenging? It's challenging because the firms actually don't have direct line of sight over the data that's used by these third-party providers to develop these models. So you don't know that the data is complete and accurate, and or complete and appropriate, and therefore whether these models could be somewhat biased by incomplete data, inappropriate data, biased data, and so on and so forth. So there's certainly, the firms have a very keen view when they're onboarding these tools to the quality management considerations around onboarding these tools. And then there's obviously model updates that happen periodically. What does that mean? And so on and so forth. Guide 2 will be that tool layer. Now, some of the bigger firms are building on top of these foundational models. Some of the smaller firms are taking third-party solutions and customizing them or implementing them, configuring them, and putting them into practice. That's that firm interaction configuration layer. So that's what we're calling the tool layer. And there is different quality management considerations that apply there. And certainly you will appreciate that this could happen at the network level. Sometimes it happens at the legal entity level of the firm. And sometimes there's a combination of the two. Different firms have different arrangements. And then you've got that engagement layer. And this is where quality management considerations around direction, supervision, and review, and other things that happen at the engagement level. Now, very importantly, this layering, and this will be, I think, resonate with you. It's not meant to imply rigid silos. It can't. When we talk about Gen AI, we're talking about a technology that is creating the need for a very dynamic quality management system. It's a dynamic quality management system that depends on an ongoing interaction between the firm level and the engagement level, this ongoing kind of communication that needs to happen for Gen AI tools. This is in contrast to more traditional tools, more rules-based tools, where typically what happens at the firms is that there's a certification process that's put in place. The firm vets the tool, certifies it, puts an ITGC layer around it to prevent unauthorized access that would change the programming and things like that. And then after they do all of that, they deploy it. And that's almost like passing the baton to the engagement team. Okay, we've done what we have to do. Over to you, engagement team. And then the engagement team has to make sure that it's used for the right purpose and so on and so forth. Gen AI is a little different. And I'm going to quote two publications that came out recently. One was in your optional reading material by COSO, a fantastic, very timely piece of literature that just came out by COSO. And another one is by NIST. So obviously, staff is going to be working with an expert group that we're currently thinking about, that we're currently talking with leadership in terms of the constituent parts of that we're going to be assembling. We're also going to be working very closely with other stakeholders in addition to the expert group. But in addition to that, staff is very, very keen on monitoring the landscape. And we're reading all of the most cutting edge thought leadership that's coming out from various parties, including COSO and from NIST. And I thought the board should know that. So the reason why I took this little detour is to say that although these guides appear to be siloed, very distinct, we can't capture this and we're done. No, there's a lot of interconnections between these guides. And I think we have to kind of appreciate that. So exactly what's going to be contained in here may actually change depending on, based on what we hear from discussions with the expert group and others, but this is the current organizing paradigm that we've proposed to the board. And I think it's a very organic way to propose it. It's very reminiscent of a technology stack, and I think it's kind of logical. Okay, coverage map. Okay, as you see this is a very minimalistic slide because there's no content. Now that's not a mistake. This is the coverage map that we think will be captured by the guide series. And it's this matrix that we think makes a lot of sense. The rows, they deal with the quality management considerations that happen across the tool's life cycle. So you attain the tool, that foundational layer, you develop a tool, deploy a tool, you monitor the tool post-deployment. So that's a very organic way to kind of think about that life cycle. And then at the top, you've got the columns. And the columns is where related responsibilities and accountabilities actually sit in practice. You've got that network layer, you've got the firm layer, you've got the engagement layer. And this created a little bit of confusion in the paper, and I apologize about that. Of course, this is a team effort, but I will apologize about it as well. When I say firm approved and non-firm approved, what that non-firm approved tools is referring to is that often a firm will say, engagement team, you're allowed to use tools that we have not certified. And this is where but you must do the following before you use the tool in practice. That's what that is. We have not captured in this table when an engagement team goes rogue and they're not when they're using a tool that's specifically precluded. The firms have good protocols for dealing with that, and we certainly don't need to inject ourselves into that discussion. So anyways, that's that matrix, and I think it's a very logical way of organizing our thoughts around just exactly what do we need to cover in this guide series. Okay, I also want to just come back to these two publications that I was referring to. I think they really help. This publications, again, COSO released just a week ago, their Gen AI publication that speaks to how Gen AI fits within their existing internal control framework, their integrated framework, which you will all appreciate is a really robust and great framework. They're speaking how a Gen AI kind of system falls within that, or Gen AI tools. And then NIST came out with a report that deals with how do you monitor a tool after it's been deployed, which they recognize as a very nascent field because they point out that it's quite difficult to monitor a tool after it's deployed when it's Gen AI. That adapts contextually. What they mention is non-deterministic, which is a criteria that we've been tracking as well. It's non-deterministic, i.e. it's based on probabilistic processing, and the outputs will vary even if you ask the same question successively. So what they're saying is that it's difficult to track a tool post deployment. So this is an area that we're following very closely, and we think an expert group could bring very, very good kind of like guidance to the firms in this regard, always anchored in the standards. So I wanted just to make that clear. And, something that COSO mentioned, I think that might also be useful to you very, very quickly is that they say in their report, GenAI does not change the foundation of their integrated framework. What COSO says is that it changes the terrain upon which that foundation is built. So in other words, there are 5 components of internal control. There are 17 principles associated with each component remain very valid today. How they get applied is going to require some new innovative thinking, but those principles remain intact. And that is also a message that I think the board is going to resonate with the board, because that is exactly what this NAM project is endeavoring to do. Our framework is ISQM 1, and we think we can build on it, or ISA 220. And I thought it was important to kind of draw that out from the COSO report. Okay. Lots of words here. Long story short on this one is that assuming there's an approval by the board today, this week, we'll come back in June. We'll give you a little bit more clarity in terms of what those topics are, what that guide series blueprint is going to look like based on conversations that we're going to discussions with the expert group and others. We'll confirm the expert group composition and the work plan. And then we're going to bring the guides on a rolling basis. Draft, final through to June 2027. And I'm sure that we're going to have a very great discussion with the board around the timeliness of that. And I'm looking at Neil, and I can tell that Neil's going to bring that up, and he should. So that's on the timeline. And here are the questions. So I wanted to just emphasize that a lot of what's in the action plan, and we've emphasized this for your for your reading, is that it is a good. There's a lot of, we put some flesh on the bone, but certainly some of this might change depending on our interactions with the expert group and others. So any changes, any significant changes that happen to the action plan, whether it be in a guide or otherwise, will be brought to the board again for deliberation and approval. So all of this is always going to occur under the daylight of the board oversight. And with that, here are the 3 questions, and let's follow Tom's way of approaching it. Let's take it one question at a time. The first question would be, does the board agree with the proposed structure of the guide series, guide 1, guide 2, guide 3, and the layering approach to organize those guides? That second question is about the coverage map, and the third question is about the sequencing in terms of bringing the guides and whether it's reasonable and achievable. But Tom, I think you'll want to take these one at a time. At least that's my suggestion based on what we did for the last paper, but I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. James, were you going to come in? Okay, please do.
I'm probably going to be covering off 2A and C at the same time, just to say, as ever, the papers are excellent. I'm very supportive of this stream of work. It's hugely important. The question I did have, and I think the kind of logical flow of the kind of the model going into the firm layering it with its own approach, and then it being applied at engagement level makes perfect sense. But the majority of questions that we get in the UK are around 2 and 3, not so much 1. So if it impacted at all on our ability to get 2 and 3 out more quickly, would it be worth thinking about doing them in a slightly different order?
And is some of that like on the basis that there is the things that most impact the audit firms are the proposed guide 2 and 3 rather than one. Obviously, it's important to have governance of ingesting your Anthropic model or your OpenAI model, whatever. But the things that probably where we can make the biggest difference are guides 2 and 3.
I think absolutely that's the case.
Okay. Edo?
So that's what I'm hearing as well. The demand for the guides is opposite our planned delivery. So the outreach that I've done is they like guide 3 quicker than 2 and 1. I also appreciate, and this is where I struggle a bit. So if we don't get the foundations right, you don't get to a good guide in number 3. And that's so maybe this is one that we just need to sit out and layer this on as quickly as possible. But that's where I'm struggling to reverse the order, because we could bite ourselves quite hard.
Okay, Amara?
Thanks, Tom. I'm hearing similar feedback in Brazil in particular, but when I talk with Big Four, they do provide, or they do request more of guide 2 and 3 first. However, the smaller firms, they are really seeking for guide 1. And I think we have the right balance here. I'm very, very supportive of the proposal. And I think we heard almost the same in the feedback on the roundtables last year.
Wendy?
So I am hearing some of the same things. I'm generally, having been on this journey for quite some time, I like the idea of the guides. I like the way it was laid out. But then when I dug a little deeper, I think I'm a little confused on the crossover between ISQM1 and Guide 1. Because I think ISQM1 deals with software selection, and this seems to overlap just a little. So if that could be clarified, that would be great. The other feedback that I have is, it wasn't really clear where, there's a lot of statements about AI crossing all the guides, but I felt like I needed a little bit more information on that and how that was going to work. And then the other place, so I have to, generally overall supportive. So these are just the things that I'm giving some comments on. In table 1, I was a little unclear on the need for a network column, even with the footnote reference to ISQM1. So I don't know if it belongs in the same place as the other 3 columns as all, and it was a tad bit confusing. And then the only other area of clarity is, we've talked a lot about non-approved tools. And so, in my world, there's not a lot of use of non-approved tools, but maybe it's just in the words, meaning not necessarily sanctioned in a list in some place that I can go find at the firm, but not necessarily prohibited. So that's because from the beginning of talking about firm non-approved tools, it made it sound like to me teams were going to go rogue. And I don't really think that that is the intent and what we're trying to do here. So those are the areas that I'm still not crystal clear on. So if you could think about that as we move forward, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay, Neil?
Thanks, Tom. One of the pieces to maybe give us some flexibility even around ordering is, it'll be tough to get completeness of these guides. So, is there an FAQ process? There's just topics, and we're dealing it not as a whole guide. We're just dealing it with specific FAQ type questions. The question can go out once it's ready and approved and ready to go, and then we don't have to work on a whole complete guide. And then maybe you can deal with some of these things in different orders, and they're just coming under specific headings as the questions and topics arise. Are we going on to table 1 as well, or is that still to come?
I think we should just, at this point, handle
all of it. Yeah. Okay. Then in terms of the table, I think Wendy was speaking about it. From a quality management point of view, for the firms and the engagement teams, you've also got to know what's not approved. And so in that table, there's going to be non-approved technologies. So you've looked at it, you've considered it, and it's either approved, or you've considered it and it's not approved. And from a quality management point of view, the firms need to be very clear about what was not approved for the purposes of the engagement teams. And so there's something in that space that we need to incorporate into that table and the guidance that we need to provide, even if it's the guidance around the process followed to be able to reach that conclusion, and then the list and how it's available. And so the teams have got clear awareness as to what can't be used. Not about them going rogue, but there's clarity. We looked, we tested, we checked, it's not approved, can't use it.
Nancy?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So I guess it's just trying to confirm with the team in terms of my interpretation of the relationship between the coverage map and the series of guides. So my read of it is that the coverage map is our field and universe. What can happen, right? This is the life cycle. Here are the different groups that have responsibility and what might be some of the areas that they're going to be involved in. And then the guide itself would be a subset of that. We're going to pick and choose areas whereby we would provide guidance. So if that is the read, then I like to see 2 points. Number one, I don't see the clarity in terms of when a third-party service provider would actually provide an integrated solution. So what we talk about is a foundational layer, and then you build on top of it. So that's the development of a tool by the big firms. So in the context of smaller practitioners, they're not going to go there. Out in the market, at some point in time, there'll be integrated tool that actually combine the tool. And I don't actually see that articulated in the coverage map. And I think we need to say where it is. And then linking it back to the guidance is also not clear to me, because the way I read the guide, like where would that fit? So when I look at it, it would fit in that second guide, because you're talking about using a tool and it's an integrated tool. But then it could be read as in that first guide as well. So I don't know where it sits, but it needs to be there somewhere. Because from the outreach that I participated in, that is indeed something that the practitioners, the smaller practitioners, are looking for. They're looking to sort of say, if there's going to be offerings out there in the market, how do I know whether it's good enough? And how do I judge and help me decide whether they're fit for purpose? So maybe be clear about where that sit, right? And if that table 1 were to be more complete, then in the last stage, we're missing decommissioning. We're probably not there yet because we're just starting to use it. But when you actually switch application, what are some of the considerations? So you've got data that's there, you've got privacy, you've got confidentiality. So things associated with unplugging an application. So maybe add that in. Currently, there's no need for guidance because in practice it's not happening, right? But trying to make that map complete. And there's 2 places that I think you need to add documentation consideration, which could beg for guidance. And both of them would be under the firm level. One would be under developing a tool. And then the other one would be actually the post deployment, the monitoring aspect. So coming back to the question of the guide, I guess this is a conversation to be had. I think that the team needs to be given the flexibility to consider what's best to do. I'm not quite sure what the guide would look like. In other words, would it be a comprehensive guide that touches on things that we talk about and it would come out all at once? Or that we might be considering different components of it, that some of them might get released sooner than later. Like, you know, to the point that Bill raised, Edel echoed, and Wendy talked about, or I seem to hear the same thing from the outreach. People are looking for help and they want it like now. So if we wait until 2027, it might have passed them by. They have that more urgent need. So if there are some aspects whereby without reinventing the wheel, we can pull together authoritative material that we think would actually, you know, we could give it the stamp and think that it would be helpful to the practice, then we may want to have an occasion to release it sooner. So think about different options about packaging components of the guide. I also remember seeing flexibility about you could supplement that by other channels. Like it doesn't have to be a guide. It could be something that would be less formal, and then therefore marrying up the concept of balancing between having the public interest in mind, but also meeting market demand. So on that.
Okay, so we've heard a few themes here that the form of the guide is something to consider, whether it's a cohesive, uniform book effectively, digital obviously, but or whether it comes out in bits and pieces. I think we have to think about that. But the idea would be is maybe you get element out to the market more quickly, and that it would be view the guide as sort of a chapter or something like, or a theme that we're addressing. And you could have everything under that theme come out in bits and chunks, and maybe it'll be a compendium of different elements going forward. I'm not sure if we've thoroughly thought that out, but that's just a way to be flexible going forward. So you might issue something as like guide 2 would be like 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and on each different topic. And then over time, as we build things up, we may organize it in a slightly different way. But that may provide more flexibility. I think that's a little bit of what's being said. The fact that Angelo was referring to COSO and NEES is almost a reflection of what Neil was saying earlier, that we could draw upon other materials to inform our work as well. And then we've heard some discussion about, do we have to build out this matrix a little bit more? Like Nancy was talking about post-deployment. Some of this post-deployment can include decommissioning, and that's almost like an element under different things. But whether we need to be explicit, rather than tinkering with a chart today, like, do we need an extra column? Do we need an extra row? I think we could leave that up to the team a little bit to think through that. Angelo, you respond, and then we'll get Jayu and Makiko in.
Yeah, and no, fantastic comments. I think all really, really important comments. I think where I come back is that there's various ways to skin this cat, right? And that's a horrible analogy at this time of the day on a Monday. But nevertheless, it's the one that came out of my mouth. So certainly I think what we'd like some direction from the board is, I started this out by saying that there's certainly what we're expecting to do is to bring back in June more specificity around this. And we can certainly take on a lot of these comments and bring that specificity to June. Or another way is that we can build this out a lot more and bring this for your approval on Thursday. So some direction there, Tom, would be helpful. Tom, actually what you said in terms of having this one guide and chapters, it really resonates with me. I'll tell you one thing that I think that might be useful to the board is, certainly we brought this guide because it was consistent with what we brought to you in December, with this layering that we proposed. But as we speak to stakeholders more and more, it occurs to me that this is a very dynamic quality management system. And there's dynamism between the quality management layers. And to say this guide is finished, here you go, before you have a chance to do finish guide 2 and complete and approve guide 2 and guide 3 might actually have inadvertent unintended consequences. So perhaps that conceptualization that Tom proposes, to have a one guide with chapters, and that can be deployed, where you can deploy a chapter, is another way to think about it. So certainly interested to hear a little bit more about that, if you would like that. And so I guess the important question for the team here is that something that needs to be baked into the action plan, or is there enough or do you have enough in order to approve such an action plan on Thursday and then hear more specificity in June is, I guess, the question I'm asking.
Look, I think if you, what you're hearing from the board here, and by the way, if I'm trying to summarize what I've heard, is that what people want is us to focus on the most relevant topics in the quickest manner possible. And having flexibility within the topics of the guide 1, guide 2, guide 3, and some potential reconsideration of the order or simultaneous, like if you were to do specific within guide 2, for example, top player governance, firm developed, configured, or third party, there may be specific topics that we rush into doing and are easy one-offs. And maybe we're doing simultaneously all 3 guides and focusing on topics that are the most relevant quickly to people in the marketplace. So yes, then we could start say like, we're going to need to deal with guide 1 because it's foundational, because particularly small and medium practitioners need to know how to onboard whatever the big large language model system they're going to use. But we could also do stuff in 2 and 3 quickly as well. And I think this board doesn't necessarily require all the specificity for this moment in time about how we're going to do it, but know that we're going to do it and signal to the marketplace that we're not going to be rigid, because the areas of 2 and 3 may be more relevant. Is that a fair reflection of what this board is saying right now? Yeah, okay. So I don't think you guys have to go write 4 more, 5 more pages of anything. More of like some language around like we may not do this absolutely sequentially. But we were going to produce stuff in a timely fashion. Maybe we need to finish the full guide 1 first because it's foundational, but and we'll have to figure that out. Is that right? People happy with that summary? Okay, but I didn't mean to preempt Jayu's and Mikiko's comments. So Jayu.
Thank you. A couple of comments. First is on for the table under 31. I think I have some concerns on the right-hand column when we talk about engagement team level use non-firm approved tools. I think our guide is very focused on the evolving technologies like AI and generative AI. In those situations, I don't feel comfortable leave it to engagement teams to actually develop, configure, and have their own place with those evolving technologies. So I think this is something to be discouraged. And then I would think that actually under effective quality management, the firm should have the technology tools either developed by themselves or approved or certificate or whatever. It should be under the overall quality management system of the firm. So I feel strongly that we don't indicate in the guide that this is acceptable or even encouraged. And second comment is about the first column, the network one. Under ISQ 1, we are talking about network requirement and the services, and it requires the individual firms to take the responsibility. So I think if the guide is touching on what the network is doing, it needs to be written from the firm's perspective in the context of ISQ 1. And third comment is that I know we have a very tight timetable and people want to see something as quick as possible, but I mean, along the way, can we get feedback from the intended users of those guides primary those quality management personnel of the firms or the networks. Because I think that feedback is needed. Well, of course, maybe some of them will be joining the expert group, some of them, but maybe not all of them. Okay, thank you.
Kiko.
Thank you, Tom. So I have a comment or maybe the question about the layering approach. I think the layering approach is well structured for, especially for assessing the integrity of the system. But to ensure reliability of quality management, the control and management of the data used used for the input of the system are just as very critical as the system itself. So especially in the farm layer and engagement layer, this data management and the data input is done by the firm. So in the foundational layer, maybe we need to consider the different things because we cannot control that. Yeah, but in those layers. So in particular, when a system is non-deterministic, as we are discussing, it's highly likely that biases or incompleteness in the input data cannot be detected solely by reviewing the output. So since this issue can lead to systematic risks affecting the future engagement or entire firm, so relying on traditional data control may not be sufficient. So, and furthermore, the risk surrounding privacy and security are significantly amplifying when using AI. So yeah, so I believe some aspect regarding this input data were addressed in the previous draft papers of the audit evidence risk response project, which draft is now pending because I think those two project teams need to align, which is fine. But I'm curious how these data management issues will be dealt by which team or how to deal with that. So that is my question. Thank you.
Okay. One thing I want to draw people's attention to table 2 of the paper, because the team's going to have to, regardless of whatever iteration we've agreed here or slight variation, I don't think this changes the deliverables for the June board meeting in any way, because effectively what they're going to be doing is what we're exactly asking for, is basically coming up with a blueprint of what would be under guide 1, guide 2, and guide 3. And then sort of by topic, and then we could almost get to prioritization. One thing they probably will need a sense on, if we do think guide 1 is going to be foundational, actually the timeline's not that great to get it out. And remember, this requires board input, as we've agreed. So like, we probably will need to stick a little bit with giving them an instruction to do guide 1, unless we have other resources to help with other topics. So like, I think there's an element of that we want to be flexible and maybe pick off some of the topics under what would be guide 2 and 3 right now. But we also probably have to be a little realistic. Is that, Angelo, just in team, I see people nodding, like trying to figure out how our vast army of 5 people are going to get through all of this with appropriate consultation and discussion with an expert group that everyone wants us to have too.
No, I think you've nailed it, Tom. I think June, we bring more specificity in June, and let's see how far we can get on guide 1. Guide 1, as was mentioned by some, which resonated with me, is going to be more important and more relevant to some firms rather than others. The S&P community has always struggled with, what do I need to do when I'm onboarding a tool from a third party? And is it an assurance report, et cetera, et cetera. So let's, I think what we can commit to is we're our first goal is to get this expert group assembled as soon as possible. That's the goal. We have a meeting later on this week to talk about that. And then to bring more specificity in June, and let's see how far we get on guide 1, and then we can have another discussion in June is what I propose.
Right, so flexibility about how we deal with the topics and what's under guide 2 and 3 going forward. And so, okay, are people generally happy with that? Billy?
Yeah, and I just want to add that, Angelo previously explained the dynamic nature of especially Gen AI. So there's going to be a lot of parallel work that is already going to take place because we need to make sure that we identify those connections. This is simply sequencing how we're going to get the board's input, turn it, get it finalized, get it out. But I think Angelo's right. If once we have that blueprint, we will also have a better understanding of how the whole package comes together. And I think we do see it in the end as a complete package. But I've already been speaking to the team, and there's going to be a lot of work. They're not just going to work on guide 1 until September. There's going to be a lot of work already happening on topic 2 and on topic 3. And so hopefully this will all come together. But once we've applied our minds to the blueprint, I think we will have more clarity.
Yeah, almost, it's a little bit of misnomer to call it guide 1, guide 2, guide 3. They're almost like theme 1, theme 2. That may be a set of guides within it. But as long as we know what we're talking about and we could explain it to the marketplace, I think that's really important. Okay. Makika?
Can I make one comment? Yeah, so based on our discussion earlier, so this work stream will consider the, of course, the sustainability assurance and other assurance as well. So in that case, maybe because ISQM 1 is included in 5,000, so and at the end of this year, people need to comply with ISQM 1. So as if earlier, so in that case, maybe ISQM 1, maybe guide might be supportive. Of course, there is a priority issue, but if sustainability assurance is considered as a, I don't know, it's as a one theme within the guide. So in that case, maybe we need a different group of people when we collaborate or when we get when we have other expert group, because that is really deal with a very different set of information. So is my understanding correct? So if sustainability assurance is also in this work stream?
Well, the only ways we're dealing with QM here, and so QM does apply to anyone doing audit and insurance engagements. But remember, we're very much focused on QM, the application of ISQM 1 and ISA 220 in this instance. Okay, any other comments on where we are for this? I think we're in a position, I guess we're technically approving with some modifications the 2 papers that we saw today. So I don't think there's a huge amount of change, but some input that was given today and some flexibility in the way we're going to handle some of these topics. But I think it was a great discussion, and I think we got broad support for this approach. And the moral of the story is work fast, but work well, and get things out to the marketplace because people are desperate to have it. Okay, so that really good discussion. Anything you want to add, Angelo?
No, I'll just reiterate, it was a great discussion. Thank you for all the feedback. So we're going to be meeting as a team with the PBMs later on today. Well, later on today, in a few minutes maybe. And we'll talk about what we want to, and we'll turn over documents. When are we planning to turn over documents? Wednesday afternoon. Okay, thank you, Isabel. Wednesday afternoon, we'll send out the new documents, and maybe we'll come back and get this approved on Thursday. Thank you for that.
Sorry to come in late. Can I, I'll just ask, and maybe I'll ask the board as well, but what's going to be important to you to be able to get the board, or I'll ask the board, what's going to be important to the board to be able to get through this material or the content timely? So I don't have a real sense of how large these guys are, the modules. Are they 10 pages? Are they 50 pages? Are they descriptive? Are they normative? Are they instructive? Are they illustrative? Are they definitional? You know, you can cover a lot of material, but as you try and get through, I'd find out what will be very important for the board and your expectations, and also giving them a guide and a sense of what's manageable. Because if it's iterative process, if it's content that's going to build on each other, I don't think we'll be able to handle, 50 or 60 page heavy, dense reports for the boards to get through, nor do I think that's going to be particularly helpful to the stakeholders. So I think it's just think that through, or it might be helpful as you get to the next stage. Thanks.
Thanks, James. And I think the other thing that may be entailed in what you're saying is that we shouldn't necessarily wait to the quarterly board meetings to be reviewing material, right? I think that it'd be maybe much more dynamic in the process here, and whether things get posted on and somehow via for the board for consumption and comment in a live format may be useful. Okay, great discussion. I think we're going to close the session. I just wanted to have a few administrative items after the session closes and we're off live stream. Nothing about board business. It's just about where we're meeting tomorrow, etc. So we're going to close out today. Thank you for all the observers who followed us on YouTube, and great job to the team. We're through your work much faster than we expected, but we had a great conversation. So thank you. Okay. So our goal